Himanshu ji, very good morning, sir.
Good morning. Good morning.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for joining. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the initiative. Very good initiative. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Sir, we'll start sharp in time, sir.
Sure. Okay.
Padma Madam, Dr. LV has joined. Sir, good morning. Praveen Rao Garu, good morning.
Sir, good morning. Good morning, Himanshu.
Good
How
morning,
are you?
sir. Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning, Sundaram Garu. How are you?
I'm fine, sir. Sir, how are you, sir?
Doing well.
Thank you.
Sundaram ji, shall we start, Sundaram ji?
Yeah, we should start sharp in time, and then we'll go in business mode, sir.
Okay.
Yeah, we can start, sir.
Now, can I request for ICR song?
Okay, sir.
No sound, ma'am. Madam, we are not hearing.
No sound.
Unmute yourself. Dr. Sailaja, we are not hearing any sound. We are not hearing any sound.
Hello. Come sound.
AKMU, anybody is listening, please?
No, sir.
Dr. Shailaja, please.
Okay,
We are not listening sound, madam. We should have.
okay, sir. Okay.
जय जय कृषि परिषद भारत की सुखद प्रतीक हरित भारत की कृषि धन पशुधन मानव जीवन दुग्ध मत्स्य फल यंत्र सुवर्धन वैज्ञानिक विधि नव तकनीके पारिस्थितिकी का संरक्षण शस्य श्यामला छवि भारत की जय जय कृषि परिषद भारत की। हिम प्रदेश से सागर तट तक मरुधरती से पूर्वोत्तर तक हर पथ पर है मित्र कृषक की शिक्षा शोध प्रसार सकल तक आशा स्वावलंबित भारत की जय जय कृषि परिषद भारत की, जय जय कृषि परिषद भारत की।
Thank you very much. Thank you all for joining. I warmly welcome you all the delegates of this brainstorming session. Today we are all assembled virtually and also physically to discuss very important topic of rice and water. Both are very important. We need to increase the production of rice, as well as we also need to increase the water productivity, whereby we can produce rice with less amount of water. Let me welcome our beloved Vice Chancellor, Dr. V. Praveen garu. He is a renowned water specialist and is also a very effective administrator, Vice Chancellor of PJTSAU. Sir, we welcome you, sir, for this brainstorming session. Let me also welcome Dr. Himanshu Pathak, Director, NIASM. And also we welcome Dr. V.K. Singh, Director, Krida, Dr. Padmini Sen, Director, NRRI, and especially Mr. Mrityunjay garu. He is a social worker in agriculture and specialist in organic farming. All panelists of this brainstorming session, we are all well-known scientists who will be discussing about this topic. We have a gathering of, we are expecting many more to join, sir. We have invited all the equip cooperators across the country, even every delegates also been invited. And so Society for Advancement of Rice Research, all life members are the part of this meeting, sir. I welcome you all for this very important and program of this brainstorming session. Thank you once again for all of you for joining and this meeting. We'll only before I'm handing over this mic to Mr. Mrityunjaya, I have two things. I request everybody to keep mute your systems except the speakers, so that it will keep the decorum of this meeting. And also I request every panelist as well as the speakers to stick on to their time, because it is online, we cannot personally tell. Stick on to time as per the program. I think I tried to circulate all the program and even concept note to all the delegates, participants and speakers. So try to be more focused on these aspects. Thank you one and all. Once again, I welcome you for this wonderful brainstorming session. Thank you, sir. Now I request Mr. Mrityunjay garu to initiate the discussion about the topic. Sri Mrityunjay garu.
Hello. Can you hear me? Hello. Hello.
Already.
Hello.
Yes, sir. We are able to hear you.
Good morning to one and all. I am very happy to express my best wishes to the team ICAR-IIRR and SARR. It's a wonderful occasion for me that my words have been taken in a right spirit, and they have moved it very, very aggressively and made it a very good, successful program today. Doctors, all our doctors here. I am a BSc Agriculture and PGDMM graduate from external university. I thought fit to share my views in this particular regard called rice and water. Today, I am very much elated to add sugarcane also into that topic. Now, I will take into three parts. Number one, before independence, from 1947 to 2014 and 2014 and onwards. We Bharat people, Indians, we were leading very rich life till 1947, because I gathered the information that our rupee value was almost equal to, almost, it was equal to US dollar. Our economy was so rich. Then our food habit was also very good. We used to eat a lot of millets and handful of white rice, what is called today Sona Masuri, etc. There, at that point of time, as my memory goes back, really we were healthy and wealthy. But due to the population increase in India after 1947, we have to thankfully express our gratitude to Dr. M.S. Swaminathan and Dr. John Kurian, who have revolutionized green revolution and white revolution respectively. Because they worked on the quantitative breeding, they produce a lot of food grains. Today we are comfortable because of them. As you have the complete information, I can share something. We have achieved 305 million metric tons of food grains in Indian agriculture. This is the background. This is between 1947 and today. Once the government of India took a serious step and the food grains, whatever was there, Shilpa.
Sir, you are muted.
Mrutyunjay garu, you are muted. Please unmute.
No. Can you hear me, please? Hello.
All right.
Can
You are audible. You are audible.
Yeah. The second phase we achieved the food grains, and third phase 2014 onwards we thought of doubling the income of the farmers, etc. Again, can you hear me, please?
Yes, sir, we are able to hear you.
You are audible.
Yeah. Then I got into this. At times social media gives some good items and some 95% bad items. But I picked up this rice production and consumption of water in rice. I was a layman. I could able to understand each kg of rice production requires about 5,000 liters of water. On this basis, I approached. I must congratulate Dr. R.M. Sundaram and Dr. Mahendra Kumar and his team.
RM Kumar.
No, Mahendra Kumar. Then, it moved forward and we discussed about this one. Today, our quantitative breeding has turned into the qualitative breeding, and also all the scientists across the country have put in their hard efforts to feed the population of India. Today, because of our, God has given us the change. God has whipped us. Because of this corona, we are now sent health conscious people. Now today, centers and request to ask for brown rice, red rice, all. In Kannada, we call it as Valavattaki Anna, that is grown under rain-fed condition. Now, this rain and water, instead of spending so much of water in rice cultivation, I thought, let me share some views and request the scientists fraternity to work towards growing and helping the farmers to cultivate on a nutritious, rich rice in the open field of India. And another important thing was many people after 1950s, the huge irrigation projects were built. Every moment we think of new project like from Bakranangal to down south Kaveri, KRS, we were thinking only about this. What paddy means? Irrigation. Irrigation means paddy. There's a vast acreage was butter and rice. And today people are eating less of rice and quantity has been reduced, and they are interested to go for the qualitative rice. Therefore, I request personally as a freelancer, I request the fraternity of rice scientists that why should we not cut the consumption of water in rice and sugarcane and put it to the pass it on to the other proteinaceous foods and oil seeds, and also help the farmers to cultivate in a better manner. This is what I wanted to share with you. This is the real topic I was looking for, and now it has come true. I'm so glad that I congratulate each one of the participants here and also the rice scientists across the country. Thank you very much. I hope I'm clear in my mind and I have shared my views. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Muchanjay Garu, for sharing your views and then enlightening about the topic.
Yeah.
So now may I request the guest of honor, Dr. V.K. Singh, Director of the CRIDA, to kindly give his remarks.
Okay. First of all, I thanks to Director IRR and Dr. Meenakshi Sundaramji for giving this opportunity, and organizer Dr. Mahan Kumar. In fact, the rice and water, these things are very much linked with the whole rice production systems. And in my own viewpoint, I would like to mention that there is no rice without water, and the judicious use of water is not only going to have only the rice crop, it supports whole ecosystem as well. There are several evidences we have noticed in past, different technologies which are having prominence in the saving the irrigation water. But nonetheless, it is very difficult to say that how much we are going to save. In fact, we know that more than 40 million hectare area is under the rice cultivation, and out of which maximum area lies where we use very huge quantity of water. That is not desirable, in fact. In that perspective, the technological means developed by economists or management scientists is of very, very important, and that has to be pushed in such a way that the crop has to utilize more efficiently, as well as the remaining water can be useful for succeeding crops or other enterprises. We know that rice crop, if you look for the stages, there are 3 major stages where we have to manage the rice. If you talk about puddled rice, from nursery it starts, and nursery followed by planting to its panicle initiation stage, then later on panicle initiation to harvest. So the water management for these 3 stages are altogether different. The several research has already been mentioned that in nursery we need around 40 mm water, but within the nursery growing, how much and when you have to irrigate, that is important. In any case, not more than 1 hectare centimeter water should be applied in nursery if you want to really economize the water. Similarly, the land preparation, we put in planting a lot of water, and 20 mm water is needed. And many times we have noticed in the IGP, the farmers using around 30 to 40 hectare centimeter water while going for puddling. 2 to 3 times they put water. So this kind of excess use needs to be avoided. And also in latter stages, in fact, 2.5 mm for each irrigation over the surface is needed, but most of the thing I find people put 5 to 7 centimeter water. So that is the kind of excess water being used. And one of our survey in Indo-Gangetic plain, where rice is predominantly grown in Kharif, if farmers putting 30 to 35 irrigation having 5 to 7 centimeter of water in Punjab, Haryana, and Western UP. But at the same time, if you move from this part to Eastern IGP, this irrigation is hardly 4 to 5 irrigation. Productivity level is almost same. Average productivity I find here 5 to 6 ton they are getting. Even some part of Bihar, it has been noticed farmers are getting more than 7 ton of rice productivity with best management practices. So the water management judiciously based on the schedule, based on the critical water requirement is one of the key factor in transplanted rice condition. The technologies emerge and having very good potential, but not being popularized in many areas like SRI, system rice cultivation. It has a lot of potential to save the water, but there is the need to have more emphasis and more capacity development and training or awareness among the farmer about this kind of technology. So this kind of approaches needs to be further pushed by different stakeholder, policymakers, and departments. Now, the another area that is rain-fed rice. In fact, earlier it was more than 50%. Now that area got reduced. But rain-fed rice is having a sizable area, and where rice productivity is very low because of non-judicious use of water, available water. Another is the other related factors like nutrient management, weed management, and ecological factor. I would like to mention that some of the work done by CRIDA in rain-fed rice ecology, that is the in situ moisture conservation techniques, growing of rice on beds, growing of trenching and using its drainage channel during the excess moisture rainfall intensity and harvesting those water in farm pond or farm reservoir we call. That has a very good impact on rice productivity. Almost double rice productivity can be achieved if you go for these techniques. In Telangana itself, in Adilabad, in some area, where in rainy season we have enough water, this kind of approach we have adopted in more than 30 mandal, and we noticed that this water is very much, this rainwater can be harvested up to from a 1 hectare land up to 600 square meter pond can be easily filled, and that can be utilized during the moisture stress condition in the rice. And many areas, the next crop like pulses, oil seed are being grown based on using this water. So this kind of water management using farm pond technologies have a lot of potential. And also this farm pond technology can be tagged with the modern tools and technique like some of the work one being done, solar based micro irrigation system. So whatever the saved moisture we have, that can be used by these micro irrigation systems very efficiently for succeeding crops, line sowing crop, and very good productivity can be achieved. In CRIDA itself, we have shown that many crops like vegetables in the off season, means Rabi season, we are getting that sort of system intensification we can do with using this solar based micro irrigation system. The other situations, if you see rain fed, then another situation is flood irrigation situation. We are conducting more than 150 trials in more than 150 districts in the country under our NICRA program, where flood situation is also in many locations. And many potential varieties are performing well. Two things are very important: variety and time of sowing. Swarna Sub 1, recently I was in Bihar. I find that variety have proved best fitted, that is best fitted in flood situations, particularly in tar land. And what farmers do, they sow at least 20 days before onset of monsoon, so that based on whenever the moisture received, it get germinated, and tagging and the complementing with the moisture means rainfall pattern. The rainfall intensity when it's occur, for example, in this part of Bihar, it was noticed that most of the maximum rain received during month of August and September. So by the time crop gets sufficient height, and later on there is no much effect on the productivity. So this kind of management, time of sowing and variety, efficient variety, if you can use, we can harness better productivity even in flood situation. Further, there are other approaches like water management in stress condition whenever it comes. That is already, I will not go in detail, many people will discuss, but split application of potassium has shown a very good role. And our researches shows that if you apply 50% of potassium at the time of sowing, and remaining 25% and 25% you apply somewhere tillering and panicle initiation, the moisture, the ability to add crop can adhere the moisture stress condition at any stage. So that sort of nutrient management is also very important. In Bihar, the people in some of the upland situation and in Jharkhand, this use of KCl, potassium chloride, 1% at the time of sowing, dipping of seed, that is also a promising technology was noticed. But in dryland ecosystem, we find this farm pond technology and check dams. Check dams for recharging aquifer and reutilizing of water is very, very important. And some of the things which are recently being told by the scientists, like site-specific nutrient management, residue recycling. In fact, residue recycling has different, I can say, 3 dimensions we have. One is whatever the residue available in the field, that must be recycled, and better to keep it on surface, particularly to conserve the moisture. We have noticed when we keep on the surface, 20 to 30% of moisture can easily be saved, that is utilized by the crop. The second is residue recycling, means that is a crop intensification. Many of the studies and many of the areas we find where rice or rice-based systems are there, if we intensify that with the legume crops during summer or any fallow period, that has a very significant role because of its deep-rooted system that enhances the water holding capacity. And also the residue means one of the study, in my own study, in the summer, if you pick the grains of moong and recycle that moong as a green manure, it enhances the whole water holding capacity, reduces the nitrogen requirement, and gives better environment for rice growth. So productivity of succeeding rice crop increases. So that sort of technological intervention is also needed to enhance the water use efficiency. In fact, apart from this, one term we might have heard, that this brown manuring. Brown manuring, particularly in dry, direct-seeded rice, is a really a great role. It plays role by different means. One is it reduces the weed population in the initial stage of crop. Direct-seeded rice, that is a major menace. That means more weed is seen. So once go for brown manuring, that get reduces. And after knockdown, once we recycling, that improves the organic carbon as well as water holding capacity. So that is another way of recycling of residue, and it has greater importance and roles. Thirdly, I will say water cannot play alone a role. Water along with efficient nutrient management. And efficient nutrient management, we have to have sufficient knowledge, and Government of India is also emphasizing on soil health card scheme. So in this situation, using those card, site-specific nutrient management approaches, models, even there is a decision support models. I was also involved in that with IPNI, developed for nutrient expert for rice. That is also very usable technique, and it not only nutrient efficiency increases, the water efficiency simultaneously increases. Some of the work done by PAU, I was also working as a national fellow on it, on use of green seeker. In fact, this is the technology which can be used in any rice environment. And it not only economize the nitrogen use, I find the use of sufficient moisture and moisture productivity get increased. One of the work done in BISA, with my student was there working on this subsurface drip irrigation along with the green seeker, and we find the moisture use efficiency with the subsurface is increased almost 30% once you go for subsurface drip over the surface drip. And once we applied the nitrogen using green seeker, it again improved by around 50%. So this kind of integrated approach has major role in enhancing the overall water and as well as nutrient use efficiency. Weed management I have already mentioned, but lastly I will mention one thing. We should not think in isolation for rice. We must think in the system-based approach. In many of the area in the country, only rice is grown, rice fallow is there. Whatever the residual moisture, we should utilize that moisture for succeeding crop. That will enhance the overall system water productivity. So that is a very important. That way we can utilize maximum available water for the crops, and overall system productivity increases. Also, many people say that rice residue is a major problem in rice growing area, but I don't believe. My own survey is showing wherever the livestock population is good per unit area, residue is not problem, and that residue being utilized by any means, ultimately in the integrated farming system approach, that residue goes to livestock, and ultimately that comes as a farmyard manure, or vermicompost, compost, or via this biogas. Means this kind of approach will go, and again that recycling those organics to the soil will improve your moisture holding capacity and water efficiency. So system approach is very, very important in rice and water management. So with this, I will stop myself, and I again thanks to organizer for giving me opportunity for putting my viewpoint on rice and water management. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Saab. Thank you very much for your kind information about the rice and water, highlighting the economizing the water use and avoiding excess water in irrigation ecology, and also non-judicious use of water in rainfed ecology, and proper utilization of residue management and recycling of residue and efficient nutrient management, and some of the issues like system approach and then down manuring in DSR. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for your kind remarks. Now may I request Dr. Padmini Swain, Director NRRI, to give her remarks.
A very very warm good morning to all of you. Dr. M. Sundaram, Director, Indian Institute of Rice Research. Dr. V.K. Singh, Director, Krida. Dr. Himanshu Pathak, I could see, Director, Nyajam. Dr. Praveen Rao, sir, Vice Chancellor, PJTSAU. Many dignitaries joined in this virtual board, and all the participants, scientists, students and technical staffs, and Dr. Mahendra Kumar, who is coordinating this program. Thank you for giving me opportunity to say something about this rice and water. Rice is important as well as water is also important, very vital for our survival in the society, not only for human being, for all sorts of animals, plants, everything. We need water very badly. So this is a very good befitting topic. Today we are going to have that brainstorming topic on rice and water. So many issues are already pointed out. I will say something in nutshell that as we know, rice is world's most important cereal crop, which is being grown for about 7,000 years, more than 7,000 years. It grows in top hill of Jammu Kashmir to below sea level in Kerala, rain-fed upland to deep water waterlogged conditions where other crops cannot even survive. It feeds 65% of population in India and 50% population, 56% population globally. For Indian, it is life. It is our culture and our heritage also. At any point of time, it is grown somewhere in India. 90% of global rice is produced and consumed in Asia. Now it is expanding in Africa and Latin America. Presently, we have 121 million ton of milled rice or 128 million ton of paddy produced in India, and 490 million ton of milled rice and 740 million ton of paddy produced globally. Rice is planted annually on areas of about 166 million hectares, taking up about 11% of world's cultivated land, and 43 million hectare, around 43 million hectare in India, taking around 22% of crop land. In India, we have 60% irrigated and 40% rain-fed areas, out of which 70% is in Eastern India. Again, out of which that 70%, 23% is rain-fed upland and 77% is rain-fed lowland. In fact, 90%, as I told, of rice is grown in Asia, which consumes around 80% of total irrigated freshwater resources around the world. Being a crop of largest water footprint, cultivation of rice in conventional transplanting method utilizes approximately 5,000 liters of water to produce 1 kg of rice. The global footprint of rice production is 784 metric ton, with an average of 1325 metric ton, which consists of 48% green, 44% blue, and 8% gray water. The water footprint of rice in Punjab itself is 1,097 metric ton, having 63% green, 19% blue, and 17% gray water. The ratio of this green and blue water varies greatly, both over time and pace. In countries like India, Indonesia, Vietnam, Thailand, Myanmar, and Philippines, the green water fraction is subsequently larger than the blue water fraction. However, the water footprint of global rice consumption creates relatively low stress on water resources in India compared to that in USA and Pakistan, as the latter cases, rice is extensively irrigated with scarce blue water resources. However, water for agriculture use becomes increasingly scarce due to climate change and rapid industrialization as well as urbanization. By the year 2025, irrigated rice of 15 to 20 million hectares in Asia will suffer water scarcity. As we know, water is essential for growth and development of rice plant, and also rice needs water for evaporation, seepage, and percolation, as well as for some management practices such as land preparation and drainage. However, continuous flooding, it's not good, results in a large amount of unproductive water outflows through the above processes of evaporation, seepage, and percolation. Growing evidences indicates that continuous flooding is unnecessary for rice to achieve high yield, which however is based on short-term trials. Long-term field water conditions would produce profound changes in soil properties, which may further affect soil water conservation and crop yield. Since freshwater distribution is distributed unevenly both spatially and temporally, most farmers try to reserve rainwater in the field as much as possible, unless when significant negative impact occurred due to deep water. When the soil dries to a certain threshold, farmers begin to irrigate the soil so that it is flooded or saturated. Rice is also grown traditionally under rain-fed condition, mainly due to lack of access to irrigation. Farmers are facing challenges to produce more rice per unit land with limited water in order to meet the food demand of the growing population. A World Bank report on climate smart agriculture in 2020 indicates that the world will need about 70% more food by 2050 to feed an estimated 9 billion people. However, agriculture sector, which consumes approximately 70% of freshwater resources, is expected to increase by 10% in 2050. Increase in the demand for water resources increases the pressure on water supply. Thus, water availability is the bottleneck of sustainable and healthy national economy. Given the global climate change, water available for agriculture is expected to decline in future. As we know, rice production is important for global food security, but given its large water footprint, efficient irrigation management strategies need to be developed. Typical modes of water management practices, including continuous flooding, flooding mid-season drying flooding, flooding mid-season drying intermittent irrigation, and flooding rain-fed, among which flooding mid-season drying and flooding is the most popular with farmers. Presently, some water-saving technologies and practices are being followed by researchers and also by farmers, like alternate wetting and drying, aerobic rice, direct-seeded rice, SRI methodology, micro-irrigation systems for judicious use of water and for sustainable rice production. Along with all water-saving technologies, it is also very important to develop rice varieties which are befitting for such type of growing methods. Some are already developed, some lines under our Eclipse system, as well as some are in the process of development. As we know, particularly in our institute, we have a collection of more than 30,000 germplasm lines. We are trying to evaluate some of them for different stresses, biotic, abiotic stresses, some different traits. And in the process of our experiment, we have screened more than 15,000 germplasm lines for drought tolerance for rain-fed upland areas. And we could found more than 280 lines. They are very good lines having drought tolerance at early vegetative stage as well as at other tillering, maximum tillering stage and the reproductive stage, out of which we have already registered 10 germplasm lines in NBPGR. And taking those varieties, our breeders are developing some lines. Those are very good for rain-fed upland as well as drought-prone conditions. So these are some of the important things we are going to be discussed in our this brainstorming session. So many things are there, and all our stalwarts like Dr. Pathak, Dr. Praveen Rao, Dr. B.K. Singh from our institute, Dr. Naik is also there, and I think they will have a very good successful panel discussion, and will come out with some policy so that we can very judiciously use the water, which is going to be really a very big scarcity in the globally, and how to tackle it. Like Dr. B.K. Singh told, not only rice, in a system approach mode, we can also combine so many other crops, and how we will utilize the scarce water in future. So I hope the course of brainstorming session will definitely have detailed discussion and come with some very good points for the future researchers to carry out. I thank a great success of this session. Thank you very much, I think.
Thank you, madam. Thank you, Padmini Swarmani, for sharing your thoughts, especially trapping the rainwater. Of course, continuously water need not be flooded for the rice cultivation, and highlighting the pressure on water in view of the global climate change and also development of suitable varietal technologies which are having drought tolerance or water use efficiency procedures and all. Thank you, madam. Thank you for your kind speech. Before I invite our Sundaram, I also would like to make a very humble submission to all the speakers to kindly stick on to the time. Now may I request Dr. R.M. Sundaram, Director IIRR, to kindly give his remarks.
Thank you very much, Dr. Subbarao. Respected Dr. Praveen Rao, Vice Chancellor PJTSAU and a renowned expert in crop irrigation, and who is also serving as President of Indian Society of Agronomy. Dr. Himanshu Pathak, Director ICAR and National Institute for Abiotic Stress Management, and also former Director ICAR-IIRR. Dr. VK Singh, Director ICAR-IIRR, and also General Secretary of Indian Society of Agronomy. Dr. Padmini Swain, Director INRRA. Dr. Mathur, Director IOPR. Dr. Mrityunjaya, the Karta of this session. Dr. Mahendra Kumar, Principal Scientist and Head Agronomy, and also serving as General Secretary of SAR. Eminent panelists, Dr. K.Y. Reddy, Dr. A.K. Nayak, Dr. Buller, Dr. Ritesh Sharma, Dr. Mohanty, and representatives from farmers, Mr. Nagaratnam Naidu, Mr. Mekajagan Mohan Rao, and my dear Dr. L.V. Subbarao, who is Principal Scientist and Head Crop Improvement at our institute, and who is also serving as MC for today's session, office bearers of SAR and expert participants. On behalf of ICAR Indian Institute of Rice Research and SAR, I extend a warm welcome to each one of you to this brainstorming session. As you are aware, this session has been organized to deliberate on a very contemporary topic of national and global importance, that is rice and water. Rice being the principal food crop of the country, it is imperative to sustain the production levels of the crop and enhance its productivity significantly in the coming years in order to ensure our country's food security. While appreciating the production gains witnessed in the last 5 decades, particularly during the Green Revolution era, we also need to appreciate the fact that one of the principal reasons for this gain is the increased and assured availability of irrigation water to the farmers, in addition to changes to significant improvement, like particularly plant type and other aspects. From an Indian perspective, presently we are in a very comfortable position, producing almost 120 million tons of rice and exporting more than 17 million tons and earning a significant foreign exchange of more than 65,000 crores. While appreciating the situation and basking in glory, we also need to be aware that export of 17 million tons of rice is the same as exporting 35 billion cubic meters of water, a resource which we need to sustain and make available for our future generations also. Globally, the largest water exporters are mostly rice growing and exporting countries like United States, Australia, India, Pakistan, Vietnam, Indonesia, Thailand. Virtual water export or virtual water trade, or VWT, through exporting rice is likely to grow further in the future, and its impact on coming generations can be catastrophic. If we do not take appropriate corrective measures to mitigate this problem, the impact will be devastating for coming generations. The aim of the proposed brainstorming meeting is to create awareness among various stakeholders, including scientists, farmers, exporters, consumers, on the existing situation regarding virtual water trade with respect to rice crop. Although it is not practically possible to completely take off virtual water export of important agricultural crops like rice, it is vital to outline the limits of virtual water trade and also to look for technological options to grow more rice with less water to secure the interests of the future generations. Among the future different options available to mitigate the problem of excessive water use in rice, some of the technological solutions could be development of water stress tolerant and water use efficient rice varieties and hybrids, some of which have already been highlighted by Dr. Padmini Swain, development and adoption of efficient water saving agronomic packages, which were highlighted by Dr. VK Singh. In addition, there are some policy options like shifting rice cultivation from certain areas in the states of water guzzling states like Punjab and Haryana to other more suitable and sustainable rice cultivation ecosystems, adoption of well laid out crop planning and procurement policies, and other measures like placing export restrictions for non-basmati rice, etc. I would like to highlight some genetic options for reducing water use in rice and also for improving water use efficiency. Our institute, ICAR Indian Institute of Rice Research, has been in the forefront in terms of development and release of water stress tolerant varieties like DRR Dan 42, 44, and also multi-stress tolerant varieties like DRR than 50 and DRR than 60, which are not only tolerant to various stresses, but also have excellent water use efficiency. We have also developed water-saving short duration aerobic rice varieties like DRR than 50, DRR than 55, DRR than 56, and DRR than 57. We have also developed high temperature stress tolerant varieties like DRR than 56 and DRR than 46 and DRR than 52, which can grow under water limiting conditions. And these varieties have been developed by using both conventional and molecular breeding techniques. Our research team is working on understanding the key traits associated with increased production under water limiting conditions like better and efficient root system, early seedling vigor, weed competitive efficiency, and other traits which are all relevant to direct seeded rice and also growing rice under water limiting conditions. Our team has utilized some of the known drought tolerant QTLs towards enhancing drought tolerance in varieties like IR64, Varalu, and also selected hybridized parental lines, and have identified key gene expression patterns associated with aerobic rice adaptation. My colleagues are also working on various aspects of root system architecture and their relation to better growth under water limiting conditions and root traits associated with water use efficiency. We have also developed transgenic rice lines in the genetic background of Samba Masuri, possessing tolerant to water stress and also having high water use efficiency. While we are deliberating about various options, genetic capsules can always be helpful to grow rice with lesser water. There are other options like agronomic and management practices, some of which have been highlighted by Dr. Singh, and I'm sure that Dr. Praveen Rao and other eminent experts will be deliberating in detail about the possibilities, prospects, and limitations of such approach. I believe that the aim of this brainstorming session is not only to deliberate on options for growing rice with lesser water through various agro techniques, but also to create awareness among various stakeholders on the existing situation regarding virtual water trade with respect to rice crop. Although it is not possible or practically possible to completely take off virtual water export of agricultural crops like rice, it is vital to outline the limits of virtual water trade to defend the interests of future generations. In future, I expect that just like carbon credits, we should also consider the option of introducing the concept of water credits, particularly while fixing the price of commodities like rice, particularly for export. I wish today's brainstorming session the very best, and I'm sure that it will result in identification of key issues related to the topic and also bring out a set of technological and policy recommendations for consideration of all concerned. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sundaram, for highlighting the various varietal technologies developed at this institute, which are water saving in minimizing the water use, and also rightly pointed out the need to enhance food and nutritional security while efficiently using the water. And also you made a mention about the system approach, use of varietal technologies, and exploiting the other means in developing the water saving technologies. Ladies and gentlemen, before I invite our Padmavati to give an introduction about the key speaker, main speaker of the today's brainstorming session, Dr. V. Praveen Rao, Honorable Vice Chancellor of PJTSAU. You all might have heard about Spider-Man, Shakti-Man, Superman, etc., etc. But now here we have Waterman. Waterman, Dr. V. Praveen Rao. May I now request Padmavati, CH Padmavati, to give a brief introduction about the speaker.
Thank you, sir. Good morning to each one of you. It's a proud privilege to introduce today's lead speaker, Dr. Velchela Praveen Rao Garu, Vice Chancellor of Telangana State Agriculture University. First, let me inform to the participants about a recent feather that he got added to his cap. He got elected as Secretary General of the Indian Agriculture Universities Association in January 2022. And this association, which was formed in 1967, it has said 4 central, 4 deemed to be universities, and 3 fisheries institutes, universities, 44 state agriculture and 6 horticultural and 7 animal husbandry universities as its members. Hearty congratulations to you, sir, on my behalf and also on behalf of all the participants who are present here today. We congratulate you and wish you a grand success, sir. Now, coming to the contributions of sir, he is well known to each and every one of us who is present here. He's a strong I can say, valuable contributions in the field of agriculture as a teacher, researcher, and as also an able administrator. He was instrumental in shaping the Telangana state farm policies and action programs, and also involved in many boards and committees of ICAR and all the government agricultural related committees also. And he is known as a prominent contributor in micro irrigation in India and international micro irrigation consultant, conceived, formulated, and also implemented the world's largest micro irrigation project, Andhra Pradesh micro irrigation project, for smallholder farmers covering over 1 million hectares in southern states of Telangana and Andhra Pradesh. Now, he has also taken up many initiatives, the seed village concept, like, and many agri hubs, and also many startups which he is encouraging at present. And Professor Rao has received several national and international awards. I'll mention a few of them. The most prestigious Swaminathan Award of 2019-20, Best Leader with a Strategic Vision Award 2019, Best Vice Chancellor Award 2018, Lifetime Achievement Award, and under his able leadership, PJTSAU has received Institute of Excellence Award in 2019 from DDG ICAR. Currently, he is also serving as chairman and member of several bodies and several committees and several societies also. The recently held 5th International Agronomic Congress, which was hosted and by the PJTSAU under his leadership during November, is a huge success with the participation of thousands of people from all over the globe. Coming to the today's topic, actually, when we contemplated to have a brainstorming session like rice and water, we could only think of you, Praveen Rao Garu, who can really give as a lead speaker. Particularly if you see the current situation in India in general, and also in Telangana state in particular, one side we have water resources and farmers are growing rice, and the other side we are telling not to grow rice because of some problems in procuring the rice. And at national level, we are also, if you see, we are now the major exporter of rice, both basmati and non-basmati rices also. And if you see in the last year, we could earn 65,298 crore rupees from this export of these rice. If you see both situations, actually we are at a crossroads now. Keeping this in view, and also the present situation in view, we could only think of you who can lead us, guide us to make a roadmap for this important topic on this day, sir. So
thank you,
now the floor
Padmavati.
is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Padmavati. Am I audible?
Yes. Yes, sir.
Sir, audible.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. First of all, let me thank the organizers, particularly Dr. Sundaram and the entire IIRR team for giving me this opportunity to share some of my views, particularly in relation to rice and water management per se, the trends that are there at the global level, at the national level, and how we are looking at that. I am also happy to see many of my colleagues. I would see them as such, my own association General Secretary and Krida Director V.K. Singh, Padmini, Dr. Padmini, of course, Dr. Himanshu, who has been a lot support he was giving to this university over the years, and what we are today is part of some of his contribution as well. I also see Dr. Ella Reddy. I also see Dr. R.C. Mathur from IIOPR and many of my university scientists, and the remarks given by earlier speakers are very valuable. I will try to skip them during my presentation to save time, because we are already running late by 5 to 7 minutes. So excellent setting has been put in by the earlier speakers. Now, basically, when Mahendra Kumar asked me to deliver this talk, I was wondering how to structure it. So I thought that I will give some international and world scenario with regards to water scarcity, rice, and also the trends that are taking place, national and then speak of something of some fundamentals related to water footprint, then the practical aspects of that, then technologies and policy aspects. So I try to structure that. So I try to bring down the presentation as much as possible, but sometimes it becomes very difficult. But I will try to say what you call skip some slides or not emphasize much. Okay, so have you given the sharing permission, Mahendra Subbarao Garu?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You can share your.
Yeah, Subbarao has been always a great person to hear to you. So, Mudat Kovaya, you're already at the end. Yeah, next. Yeah, this actually sets the context why people always often talk that 5,000 liters of water per kg, though it is not a realistic estimate, but it has become a common say.
Somebody is speaking. Kindly mute yourself. Key speaker is not. Kindly don't disturb. Sir, you go to the presentation mode, sir. Full screen mode.
Yeah, we have gone to the full. In my case, it is full scale mode. I will upload again.
Sir,
it is not in a full scale mode. I am seeing here in a full scale mode.
once again, sir. Once again, kindly do that. No, it's a humble request to all the participants. Please mute yourself. Please mute yourself.
Dr. Subbarao, you please control it as host. As host, you please mute all others except the speaker.
Definitely, sir. Definitely.
Sir, you have to stop sharing and again you can share it, sir.
Yeah, that's what I am doing.
Sir, Praveen Garu, congratulations, sir. Nenu Vijayapurandam maatladunna.
Thank you. How are you? Right.
Fine, sir. At Bapatla.
Yeah.
You will get Navata. Ekada Cartezana left.
Now, Subbarao Garu. Now it is full screen.
Still it is like that only. Now it's okay.
Yeah, now it's okay. Hello. Hello.
Yes, sir, it's fine. Yes, sir. Now it's okay, sir.
It's okay.
Okay, right. Go ahead. Okay. Now, what I was saying is the popular belief, even in the initial remarks made by Mrutyunjay Garu, that 5,000 liters of water per kg of rice is basically due to this background, that whenever we go out, we see rice fields, as you see on the right-hand side, and farmers plowing the fields in such a manner. Over the historically, irrigation projects have been constructed to from the point of view of food security for meeting the water demand of rice, and the worldwide, say, sizable population consumes it. And today it is synonymous with water because of its share in the area and as well as the amount of water it consumes. But in reality, 5,000 is not a correct estimate. I think we ourselves scientists, here one request, passionate request I want to make to all the stakeholders who are in agriculture, who talk about, whenever they talk about rice and water, I think we should start not using that term of 5,000 liters per kg. It might have been at one or two places, but not in general. I will show you. Okay, next. Then this is here in this slide, I want to only emphasize two things that is which are very relevant to the today's topic. That is, one is the amount of fertilizer. 34% of the world's total fertilizer is used by us in rice, and nearly 34.4% of the world water footprint is used by us. These are the two important things which are relevant to our topic today. So I thought that rice has many other dimensions. Okay, next. Now, this is one important aspect which I want to tell, and for today's topic as well. Say you can see the 6.4, the 6.3, say what we call the 6.5 and 6.6 are very, very important from the point of view of water footprint. When we talk of water quality, we talk of gray water footprint. When we talk of water scarcity and water use, we talk of blue water footprint and say what you call green water footprint, then ecosystems related to again the gray water footprint. So today, so we have a agenda before us throughout the world in which direction we have to go. So all our practices should be in this context and in this way we have to look at the water today. It is now water is not an is a village or a district or a state or a nation, but it is a globalized commodity because of its international dependence on virtual water flows and food security, nutritional security, so several, which is not the say what you call this topic, beyond this topic to discuss. Next. Now you can see the 2030 agenda, which it talks about different panel and different say what you call roadmap and the decisions that have been taken with regards to this. So it is now a priority agenda throughout the world. Next. Now you can see this is one thing which I want to mention today. As on today, the irrigation potential created in the world is approximately 308 million hectares. Though the actual area is only around 280 million hectares, the potential created is 308 million hectares. Next. Now here you see India, China, USA, and Pakistan are 4 countries which account for 69% of the irrigated area in the world. So this is where you also find major area under rice. So this is one important aspect which we have to look at in the say what you call from the point of view of water footprint. Next. Then another important dimension you can see here that out of the total area that is created, you can see that nearly 33% is occupied by rice, and so other crops occupied so what you call the remaining 66%. When you come to India, it is no way different. Next. Now this here you can see the beneficial irrigation efficiency as compared to the other regions in India. It is less than 30% when we come. So via so what you call whites, if you can see in the Southeast Asia, it is less than 30%. The northern China plains, it is 50. In Europe and America and South America, North America, you can see it is above 60%. Because of the irrigation systems that are being followed there, and because of the challenges that we have here, small holdings, say what you call the agronomic insights to the smallholders have not reached the way we designed it. So when we talk of water management technologies, it requires a redesigning of the farm. It is not just like giving a fertilizer recommendation or a pesticide recommendation. It requires a redesigning of the farm. I will emphasize it later on. Next. Then another important thing you can see here with regards to the unsustainable water consumption by countries. If you look at India, you can see wheat and rice are causing a lot of, apart from that, you can also see cotton is another one. Though people talk a lot about sugarcane, but as compared to cotton, rice, wheat, sugarcane is a bit low, but it is a major crop as well. These are the 4 crops where we see in India the unsustainable consumption of water. Next. Now you can see as per the global agenda 2030, so according to the water resource group, we are going to have nearly 40% less water in the future, say what you call as compared to the existing one and whatever water resources. So there is a need for us to have not only from the point of view of just rice, but also from the point of view of per se the sustainability of agriculture itself is dependent upon the water, how we manage the water in rice. Next. Now here another statistic you can see published, wherein you can see among the cereals and particularly rice, the water productivity values, nearly 60% of the area have less than 5 score. So that means we are using very, very unsustainably, not only in India, but throughout the world. And this needs an urgent attention with regards to, say, management aspects. Next. Then another important aspect, you can see recently the spatial variability with regards to water productivity of rice in different countries. India has relatively high, say, with regards to water productivity of irrigated rice, but we have some countries which are higher, particularly Philippines and China. Of course, USA has a very small area, but when we talk of Philippines and China, I think there is a need for us to look this as well. Now, coming to India, there is no way different from with regards to the water demand, and it is expected that by 2030, we require about 12 billion liters of cubic meters of water. Out of that, nearly you can see 25% is accounted by rice, which is around about 361 billion cubic meters. So that is the demand. But on the left side, you can see several of the river basins are already under stress. Say nearly 20 to 80%, the blue ones you can see. So fortunately, the Godavari, the Krishna, east flowing rivers are a bit less, but other parts, it is very, very, the situation is grim. Next. Now, if you look at the different basins, you can also see what is the situation today. This is the latest one, wherein several river basins face what you call no flow during several months of the year, particularly Kaveri, Indus, Krishna. So this is a, and you can see the population dependent on that in the parentheses, which are related to these river basins. Next. Now it is predicted by 2030. Now you can see on the right hand side, for comparison, China is there, but you can see on the right hand side with regards to India, Krishna, west flowing rivers, Ganga, Indus, west flowing and central rivers, and Godavari. Relatively, you have 50 to 100%. There is going to be a scarcity in 2030. So these are all give us some, say, what you call, say, warn us with regards to the situation wherein we are today. Next. Now, this is another important trend that you are seeing. The canal area is shrinking, whereas well-irrigated area is increasing, which is again combined with the energy nexus, water, food, and energy nexus. That is another aspect. And the western, say, the Indo-Gangetic plains, where the Punjab, Haryana, say, part of Uttar Pradesh, all there you can see that this is rampant, and you have a serious situation. That is where you have water footprint high and severe problems, other problems as well. Next. Now, this is the overexploitation. You can see on the right-hand side now, Punjab, Rajasthan, Haryana, Himachal Pradesh, Tamil Nadu, Karnataka are seriously overexploiting the water. And that is where you can also see, say, what you call Punjab, Haryana, where the Tamil Nadu, where rice is grown in a big way. Next. Now, this is how the water, food, energy nexus, you can see it is not just farmers are doing it. You have a assured price rice procurement by government, then you have power subsidies, then you have farmers mining the groundwater. So there is a drop in groundwater levels, deeper water table, high pumping costs, declining groundwater quality. You can see the drinking water wells impacted, high problems for the mothers, infants, and all that. So energy subsidy exceeds state education budgets, low reliability of power supply. So all this is how the things are happening. Say what you call when we whatever policy decisions when we take without looking at intergenerational say what you call vision. So today any decision whatever we take, it should be intergenerational. But most of the times we take decisions ad hoc. Say what you call for the time being to satisfy some section, and then you land up in such problems. Next. Another important thing, the irrigation potential created between the gap between them is huge, and this needs to be looked at seriously. Next. Now you can also see here at as you see at the global level, at the national level, it's also, you can see nearly 60 to 63% of the area is accounted by just 2 crops. This is unacceptable. This is highly unacceptable, whereas other crops have high productivity, they are growth engines today. Horticultural commodities have crossed the food production. Their value is high, incomes are high. So I think, and those are the sectors where the growth rate is high, whether it is milk, whether it is horticulture, whether it is, say, what you call fish. So I think there is a need for a policy wherein, when we look at the national level, food security, nutritional security, and water policy, these 3 together, the agricultural policy. I think we have to look at that in a different perspective now. Next. Now here I will give you a very classical example of what has happened during the last 20 years. How China could bring down its water and how we still are sticking to the same. This one, you can see here the water withdrawals is nearly about 761 billion cubic meters. China withdraws 554. But you see the irrigated area on the right-hand side last, you can see China and India has almost the same irrigated area. So as a result, what happens, you draw, water as a unity level, whereas China draws it at 50% level, irrigating the same area. So this clearly indicates, in fact, China is still bringing this, all this happened in the last 20 years. I cannot show that figure here, but I thought that I will emphasize this through this way. So there is an historical data which shows that how China has brought down, USA is bringing down. So South Africa is doing that, Australia is doing that. So Philippines is trying to do that. So I think there is a need for us. So the major fact here is that as our slides have shown, the previous slides, the water productivity, water use efficiency, so all these things have a impact on this. Next. Now the SDG, now you have a different formula for calculation of water use efficiency. It considers all the sectors, industry, agriculture, municipal, everything. And when we consider that and calculate, this is the recent estimate. You can see now India has one of the lowest water use efficiency considering all the sectors. Next. Now, this is what the future is. You have to fill the production gap so much. So the technologies are given. Next. Now, this is what the real topic. I thought that before we go to this, you have a complete scenario of what is today happening at the global level, at the national level. What are the challenges we have and what deficiencies we have today with regards to water. So I thought that I will give you some overview of that so that you can better appreciate, better comprehend the challenge what we have before us. So some fundamentals, water footprint is an indicator which looks both directly and indirectly because it is the entire agri-food value chain we look at. Then it is measured in terms of not only the water consumed by the crop, but also the amount of water it is polluting, and it calculates based upon that the total water footprint. Then you also have it is explicit to the geography and as well as temporal. It can be shows water volumes used where and when. And also it can be calculated for a process, product, consumer. So today, even university can do it, municipality can do it, any agricultural commodity can do it, a company can do it, consumer can do it at a household level. So all this, so it is a very good concept for us to look at for making a policy. Next. Of course, there are deficiencies, we'll come to it, but by default today, the water footprint accounting, it by colors it goes, green water footprint from rainwater, blue water footprint from canal, and for understanding I am saying surface instead of surface, canal irrigated water, say groundwater, what we use. Then gray water footprint is basically what we are talking of volume of water that is required to dilute the pollutants to a permissible level. So when we do agriculture, when we grow rice crop, we also pollute some water, so that if we want to bring that back to the use, say what you call sustainable level where we can use it. So how much amount of water is required to dilute it? Okay, so that way we have three components of, and it is related to hydrological cycle because we are talking of green water. Next. Then there are several water footprint stream initiatives, timelines taken over the years. I don't want to repeat them, say what you call, mention them specifically, but there is a huge work going on globally. Next. So what you call, so several things you can see: water footprint, aqueduct, aqua gauge, say what you call water evaluation guidelines. Even in international standards organization has stepped into to give the guidelines. So published there 14046. So all these things are happening. I think we have to look at these things in framing our policies, taking into account all these things. Now there are several partners in water footprint partners globally who are part of this. Next. Now this is an average water footprint of a consumer in the world. If you look at, there is about 3,800 liters per day, but you can see agriculture accounts for most of it. Say 96.2% of the water footprint is invisible, related to the products brought on the market, what you see. And out of that, 91.5 are agricultural products and 4.7 are industrial products. So you also have virtual water trade that is coming from outside the country that we will show next. Now this is the local, our local water use, what we have. Based upon this, I will I will account next. Now you can see here how the rice water demand at various crop growth stages. You, as somebody was earlier speaker, one of the speakers was mentioning, probably VK Singh, wherein you can see land water used for land. Now why I am showing this is, now this shows us where we have an opportunities to cut down the water. Where we have, say for example, land preparation, we use huge amount of water. Nursery, we use huge amount of water. Then submergence for after transplanting, for overcoming the transplanting shock. Then water use in terms of ET. Then you also have some residual soil moisture that is left in the field when we start drying. So, what you call, there are some agronomic practices today with us, wherein we can cut down this huge. Next. Am I there? Okay. Now you can hello.
Next slide has come, but your video has, I think, gone, sir.
Are you not able to hear me?
Yeah, now you're right. You are audible and visible.
Okay, right. So now you can see here the curry rice. I'm only showing the curry rice wherein you have the green water footprint, blue water footprint, part of it, blue water footprint. Now you can see, as a matter of fact, what is the total field water supply, effective precipitation, the residual water level you have, the residual soil moisture at the time of harvest. Now you can see the water balance of it, where you have the irrigation water demand, where you have the green water use. So now this gives us an indication where we have to maximize what. So where we have to improve our, say what you call, the water use efficiency, where we can cut down and so on and so forth. Mind you, I'm only talking of here rice, or kharif rice. But when you go to rabi rice, or what we call here in Telangana as Esangi rice, second crop, then probably except those states like Tamil Nadu, part of Andhra Pradesh and part of Karnataka, and part of some eastern states, you don't have any rainfall there. So any rice that is being grown in non-rainy season has a huge blue water footprint that we have to consider. Next. Now you can see here that say what you call, in different states, this was the recent estimate done by Dr. Ashok Gulati and his team, wherein you can see say what you call, the liters of water to produce a kg of rice it is basically a total field water supply, applied water. We are considering all the components of water balance and based upon. So, but most of the time we scientists have an say what you call tendency to speak about only evapotranspiration, not talking of all the components. So when we come to rice, that is very, very important. Next. Now you can see somebody, Mrutyunjay was also mentioning about sugarcane and also rice. Now you can see these are the two thirsty crops in the country where you can see the water productivity. Below you can see of rice and above you can see also wide range wherein you can have, you can see the irrigated area in those states where you have very low productivity. Like say for example, you take up rice, Punjab, West Bengal, Tamil Nadu, Telangana, AP, say what you call Madhya Pradesh and Karnataka, where you have most of almost 83 to 100% of area under irrigation, the water productivity is very low. Okay, where you have less, say what you call irrigated area, there you have water productivity high. So these are the things which we need to consider. Next. Now a simple calculation I have made, say what you call based upon the average water footprint of the country. Next. Now here you can see the water footprint and percolation of paddy in 6 major countries. Of course, this is till date we don't have, say what you call a realistic estimation that has been made at the ground level. I say what you call, so I have taken the, say what you call, the author who has actually done this. So you can see the India where you have the total water footprint is about say 2020. When you consider the percolation also, then it comes to 3,423 per say kg of say what you call rice, or 3,423 cubic meters per ton of rice. So, but if you compare with other countries, you can see how much we are use, say what you call the green water use water footprint and the blue water footprint, it is very high. So I think this is again a challenge. Next. Then here, if you look at the entire product as well up to rice flour, then how we have to calculate, these are the fundamentals. Next. Now you can see here the water footprint of rice products, paddy, brown rice, milled rice. Brown rice is nothing but dehulled rice. Still having on the endosperm, still on the rice grain, you have a tinge of brown, this one where brown is still present. Milled rice is, we are talking of white rice, then rice flour. So you can see the water footprint, which is relatively high. Now this is the, so whenever we talk of water footprint, again a fundamental, we should consider both imports and exports. And then based upon that, we have to look at the balance. Most of the times, many countries which are wise enough, they are trying to balance the ratio to unity. So, but when we come to India, it is 2 times. Okay, so they try to restrict the import, say exports, and they try to bring in more imports, keeping in view their strengths and deficiencies, so that the water, virtual water is maintained at unity, which we are not doing. Next. Now, international virtual water flows. Next. Now you can see here, the say what you call Thailand and India have the largest virtual water exporters. They are 2. Say what you call importers are say what you call Nigeria and Indonesia. There are some countries, for example, USA imports lot of uses lot of its local water for rice and imports less. Whereas if you look at the European Union, they try to maintain the balance. Okay, so that is not happening in many countries. Next. Now you can see this is the, say, which people were talking initially when they said that the water footprint and the value of exports. This looks very wonderful. Actually, any policy maker will be happy to see this figure because he is getting more value of the exports, and he tries to take decision. Why not? Why we export more agricultural commodities where we have a demand, where we are producing? But the question is next. But the question is, now you can see during the latest one, 21-22 is only up to December. So there is a possibility that during these 3 months, there may be more exports as well, which we don't have the figures yet, updated figures. So now you can see the billion cubic meters of water. There you have seen the say by billion US dollars. Now here you can see the billion cubic meters of water that we are exporting basically. So till now, last year we have exported almost 44 billion cubic meters of water. This year we have exported about 46.29 billion cubic meters of water. Next. Now this is what I was mentioning. So India's virtual water trade from last, say what you call, if you look at between 2006 to 2016, now you see the gap between the exports and the imports. Actually, they should be running parallel, which is not happening. Either it can be done by reducing the water footprint, or it can be done by importing those commodities where we are using more water and less, say what you call, and use that water for other commodities which we can export, where the water footprint is less. Now you can see the international dependency, say what you call, on these commodities. So that is the reason why I was saying that the water is a global commodity now. So it addresses food security, it addresses the problems in different states, with different countries. So the food trade. So it is all an important aspect today. So there is a dependence on different countries and so on. Now you can see how we can enhance the water footprint. I will go very quickly. I'm trying to maintain the time. So next. Now this is one slide which I want to emphasize. Say what are the opportunities we have? Say what you call to enhance our, to reduce our water footprint. Now the first one is, you can see the crop redistribution. Now if you do the crop redistribution, the potential water savings globally are huge. And production increase also is there simultaneously. We are not talking of something wherein production increase is low and savings are less. You can see it simultaneous. Now you can see with regards to plugging the water productivity gaps, the opportunity is less. But when you plug the irrigation efficiency, so what you call, the opportunity is very high again. Then minimizing the food waste, the opportunity is low. But again, there is a huge opportunity which actually Mrutyunjay was mentioning, that by changing the dietary habits of ours. So if it is possible to change the dietary habits, I think we can bring down the water footprint of the country as well. Then, as I said, that laser land leveling, this is one technology which has not spread, though has an immense potential in terms of energy, in terms of water saving. I think that there is a need for this aspect to be incentivized by the states to promote it in a big way. Because as I said, that this is what I said, that the redesigning of a farm, when you want to do water management, just simply saying that you apply fertilizer instead of a single dose, you apply it in split doses, the matter ends there. Or asking him to raise the intercrop instead of raising a single crop, you don't need any redesigning of the farm. So here, when you talk of water management, when you talk of organic farming, when you talk of integrated farming systems, you have a redesigning component into it. Unless it is incentivized, it will be very difficult for the small and marginal holders to accept those technologies. That is the reason why in water management, you have only, once a survey was done, only 6% of the technologies have seen the light of the day, in spite of tremendous potential that they have. Now, this is what I am saying, policy implication in Haryana. So how, say, it would be possible, what would be the amount of water that can be saved, because that is where we have a huge need. So that's exactly results of an Indian state. Next. Now, then another one is conservation agriculture, which has a huge potential for enhancing the green water, say what you call, use efficiency, or in other words, reducing the green water footprint, say what you call, by improving. So conservation agriculture, both in the form of mulching, in the form of residue management, in the form of zero tillage. So the results are very clear in different parts of the world, and as well as in terms of soil moisture, infiltration, and yields. I have not taken many of the components, but the yields and the water use efficiency is also very high. Next. Now, this is another simple aspect, that is shifting, varietal shifting is another decision. For example, in Telangana, when we have worked out by just replacing BP 5204, which is of 155 days duration, with say Telangana Sona, which is of say what you call 120 to 125 days duration. In 1 lakh hectares, you will be able to save about 10 to 11 TMC of water. So it's a huge. So this is how a policy has to be framed. A policy has to be looked at by working out the water footprint in different the agroclimatic zones, different states. Then that crop shift, crop planning has to be done. Instead of arbitrarily saying that you remove this crop, you grow the another crop, it is not possible. So that is what exactly we have done when the new university was formed, and we looked at these ground level things, matching crops and varieties with rainfall pattern, water availability are the key for the success. Next. Then another one is crop diversification, huge opportunity we have here. And I would urge because of my fascination or passion, that rice should be restricted to only Kharif. And say if a law is also brought in this direction, that would be great. Because of waterlogging and other things. Otherwise, second crop should be other than rice crop, wherein the water footprint can also be improved in terms of use efficiency and all that. Next. Now you can see this is one of the report which VK Singh was also mentioning. Now you can see the system yield and as well as you can see below rice, wheat, fallow, rice, wheat, mung bean, rice, wheat, mung bean, maize, wheat, mung bean, rice, wheat, mung bean, and maize, wheat. You can see the amount of water they are using and the system yield. You can see on the right hand side, of course, they are combined with flood and as well as subsurface drip irrigation. Now you can see the subsurface drip irrigation, whether it is rice, last two bars, whether it is rice followed by wheat and mung bean or maize, wheat and mung bean, the amount of water they are using and the amount of yield that we harvest. So this is the key. This is the key. So for looking at the crop diversification. Next. Now the policy should be like this. We have to just saying will not work out. We have to take few pilot studies, not less than 10,000 hectares, wherein for the crops like just asking farmers to grow some other crop will not suffice. Price guarantee should be there, assured procurement policy for them, credit, insurance. So all these have to be combined, and simultaneously rice should also be looked at for direct seeding, alternate with aerobic rice combined with drip. So that will reduce the water demand, that will enhance the farmer's income, address the sustainable development goals. So then value chain, market linkages. So it has to be looked at a comprehensive. It is not just simply saying that you remove this crop and grow that crop will not work. Okay, next. So other water smart technologies in rice, many of you know. Next. So the alternate wetting and drying, we have taken few hundreds of farmers. We took it to the farmers field and we find a lot of immense scope for this, which is happening. And now we want to spread it to a distributory and show it at a larger level. Next. Sprinkler irrigation is one which I think we have not addressed or we have not seen for rice. I think there is a need for R&D on this in a big way. And look at its water balance components, yield levels, economics. I think this is one more opportunity we have, and wherein in Brazil, this is being seen as a great opportunity during the last 5 years. Next. Now you can see the yield levels also. Rice, soybean, rice. See, as the rotation is 3 years old, you can see the yield levels how they are increasing. So it will also address the gray water footprint. It will also address the green water footprint and as well as the blue water footprint. That is how it has to be looked at next. Now, this is what I am saying, water balance. I will come to it next. Now, another opportunity is drip irrigation, wherein we have conducted the experiments. We have in farmers' fields the data. We have in experimental fields. In Punjab, it is there. Several states have done it. But now time has come, we have to take it to the larger scale. So villages have to be adopted and then it has to be shown. Next. That is not happening. Next. Now you can see the water saving by the impact of drip in several states. We have the data. So now you can see the water footprint has almost come down by 70%. The results have also shown, the Punjab study has shown, our studies has shown here, and several others. The average, you can see here how water saving and the water footprint is coming up next. Now in farmers fields also you can see the what you call the yield levels are huge, varying of course according to the location they are varying. Next. Now this is another project which I wanted to emphasize, which I was associated in Karnataka on Almaty Dam, wherein we had only 2.77 TMC of water, but we have, it was as per the Central Water Commission, it was emphasized to irrigate only 12,500. So by integrating the drip irrigation here, we were able to double the area under irrigation. Food crops are being grown, and it is what you call wherein smart irrigation techniques are adapted. So the water footprint is, there is a perceptible change in that. I think anybody who really want to see this happening, if you want to see a pilot study, I think people have to see this. So as today we have, the government is promoting it, but I think one thing is missing, which I will emphasize in my conclusions. So though we are giving so what you call micro irrigation subsidies, though we have increased 5,000 with NABARD 5,000 crores to 10,000 crores, but the fact is that in the country, out of the total irrigated area what we have, only five states account for 89% of the irrigated area, and the remaining 23 states account for the remaining 10% of the area. So it has not spread. The penetration is not as desired. So it is skewed. So that is the reason why we are not able to see the perceptible results, though we are able to see experimental results in a big way, the benefits. So that is the reason why we couldn't spread beyond 6 million hectares of drip in this 6.7 million hectares of drip even after 3 decades. So there is a gap between policy and practice that we have to look at. And these are the 3 projects which actually have shown that how states should implement the micro irrigation and how you can spread the benefits to the small and marginal holders. One is GGRC, TSMIP, and APMIP. Incidentally, I was the one who was instrumental in bringing APMIP at that time. Next. Now you can also see here smart, when I say smart irrigation, the sensors have to be used in rice. Punjab has shown this in a big way during the last 10 years or so. Some of the results you can see here in different districts. Next. Now, say what you call another important opportunity what we have today, we are working in a big way. This one, there is a huge, I am fully convinced that today these emerging technologies have an important role to play in say what you call reducing the water footprint in this country. Now we have about 27 agri startups who are working on different aspects of this in farmers fields with few hundreds of farmers. I think in the next 2 to 3 years, we'll have huge database wherein we can training data sets, say what you call, which can be used or which can be upscaled over a larger area with the enabling policy that the government is putting forward. Next. So as some speaker has mentioned, that not just simply concentrating on just water, all other aspects have to be taken care of. Then only an integrated effect you can see reducing the water footprint. Next. So these are the different say what you call studies which water saving technologies to bring down in rice and other crops. So say what you call an all-round effect we can see. Next. So as I said that I will stop here. This is the last slide. So this water saving or reducing water footprint should start from our homes, wherein we have to reduce our water footprint, change our dietary habits, food habits. Then only whatever we are talking of, whatever say reduction you are, challenges you are facing at the field level has to be next. Now, these are some of them, say what I said that the future, how to account for water footprint. Next. Then the framework, say what you call how we can move forward, understand the geographic allocation of water resources for industry, agriculture, then assess the efficiency, sustainability, and equitability of water use in terms of water scarcity, water consumption, and identify the most strategic actions to be taken at the local, regional, and level. This is the framework with which we have to look at the water footprint. And these are some of the policy perspectives which we have to look at. include the goal of sustainable use of available domestic water resources in formulating national food security policy. Supporting investments in smart farming techniques is one. Promote reduction in use of chemical fertilizers and agrochemicals through some of the techniques have been already mentioned by people. Then water footprint reduction in agriculture, industry and households. Awareness raising is very, very important. Switch to different consumption pattern with equivalent calorie content, which Mrityunjay was mentioning. Promote rice cultivation mainly in rainy season for better use of water balance components. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for very exhaustive and elaborative talk on the water. Friends, before I say a few words about, sir, my humble submission to all the participants is you must be having some queries or inquiries. Please put all your queries in the chat box. Because
I was also sticking to my time.
No, you followed, sir. But the time allotted totally very less for the entire program. So therefore, I earnestly request all the participants to put their queries in the chat box. Ladies and gentlemen, friends, definitely you would agree with me and also appreciate me when I called Dr. Praveen Rao as a waterman. Now we brought you the waterman and he spoke A to Z of the water. From the unsustainable consumption of water to the sustainable consumption and various issues related to the water use at the global level, national level, and also at the local level. And also he made a mention about the India's status at present as lowest water use efficiency. This is a clarion call for all of us to open our eyes and then think about how to minimize the water use in the water exhaustive crops like rice and sugarcane. He also made a list of challenges and also gave opportunity, mentioned about opportunities, and also gave insights into the policy framing and then policy interventions. Ladies and gentlemen, again, I would like to thank Professor Praveen Rao for very exhaustive and A to Z issues related to not only water and also associated issues like crop diversification and then nutrient management, etc. Anybody has any queries? Pick one or two only we will take up. Otherwise, kindly put in the chat box. Any quick queries? One or two only. Otherwise, we'll move to the chat box. Yeah. Okay.
Chat box open.
Chat box open, Java.
I'm having some problem of visibility. He's checking it, but you are able to hear.
You can read.
Sir. We'll read out.
Yeah, please.
Sir, one query is that can hydroponics be profitable used for growing special rices?
We don't. There is one study which has been done in Europe, where hydroponics and vertical farming both have been used to raise the food crops, particularly wheat, and it has been profitable. But the break even was achieved after, I think, we don't have that data. So it is the third year that is going on. So wherein but we also have some successful stories here in itself in Kerala and in our place, wherein we are raising the fodder with hydroponics. But as of now, we don't have a what we call it as a scientific study combined with economics, which can give us the break-even accumulated cash flows, rate of return on investment. That data we don't have as of now.
Sir, one more query. Sir, one more.
For vegetables and other crops we have, but not for cereals.
The other query is, what is your strategies towards cultivation of Arabic rice varieties in the state of Telangana and Andhra Pradesh?
We'll be very happy to do that. We are working on it, and then we will promote it. And ultimately, that is what we have to look at: the rice being grown like any other crop, like maize, groundnut, cotton. So that is the scenario which we are trying to look at. But as of now, as of now, we don't have, say what you call adaptable aerobic rice varieties with us. So we have some now on in the pipeline. Probably we will be look that is one group of the varieties which can be very well combined with this smart agriculture, micro irrigation techniques, and all that.
Sir, we have released a couple of Arabic rices, sir. With your kind support, I think we can popularize, sir.
Yes.
Sir, one more query from, I think, Mr. Malays is, how can we integrate IoT in enhancing the AWD and water traceability to support SRP? Can we do in some pilot plots in AP and Telangana?
There is one study going on. In fact, in the farmers field, it is quite possible, say what we call to combine AWD, to combine drip irrigation, say what you call with these emerging technologies. And but the issue is only that at experimental level, we are seeing the results. Now the challenge is to upscale them. So if we have to upscale them, what we have to do is the best thing that can happen is working with irrigation department, working with the farmers under a distributory and showing it in on a large scale, so that farmers also get convinced.
There is another query from Pradeep Sangwal. What should be the right approach for India as country to expand the area under subsurface drip irrigation, sir? You are the expert in this.
See, as I said, that's what exactly I was saying. Unfortunately, at the global level and both at the state level, at our country level, the scenario is that out of the global entire micro irrigated area, only 13 states account for 92% of the area. Okay, other countries are not, either they are not aware or the governments have not taken it in a big way. Similarly, in India, if you look at 5 states account for nearly 90% of the area, and the remaining states have not utilized it. Now, with the scientific knowledge coming forward, both in terms of surface drip irrigation, subsurface drip irrigation, and other say emerging technologies like artificial intelligence, IoT, drones. So all these bring in what you call a basket before us, the options, wherein we can look at them and then combine them and take forward. So for that purpose, what I suggested, say what you call once was these 5 states where we have already high penetration. Already there is a demand from the farmers. Farmers know about it, the technology, this one. So it is more of a demand situation rather than subsidy component. So where the other states where you have less penetration, the subsidy component has to be increased there. And in these states, the subsidy component has to come down. And that is how you can spread this technology to the entire country so that other farmers. And another important observation, what we have seen is, this technology has not yet seen the small and marginal farmer holders in a big way. Why? Because most of the small and marginal farmer holders raise food crops. So the technology in food crops has not spread. Most of the time it was horticultural crops and so on and so forth. So just taking one crop of rice, wheat and maize, imagine what is the potential these have. So the only way to do it is piloting them in the farmers' field, showing them in a big way, and bringing in plugging the knowledge gap to them. Fertigation is another aspect which has not been widely used yet. It is mostly only drip irrigation. Fertigation is also not being used in a big way. So that is another aspect which can bring down our grey water footprint as well. So there are certain, there is a gap between policy and practice which needs to be plugged.
Sir, I'll come back to your last query, sir. I think there was a message that there was a 42% saving with IoT-based water management. They wanted help from you to implement in the Telangana state. That is one statement. Then one more request is they need to develop a lot of varieties for the water saving and weed management also. Your kind views on this issue.
I leave it to Sundaram and Himanshu.
The last one, sir. Last one, sir, before, I think 5,000 liters of water is required for 1 kg of rice production. If this statement is not correct, then what is the most preferable water quantity for 1 kg of rice production?
So now with the today's say what we call technology, with the options available with us, we should be, all of us should be talking somewhere around 2,500, not beyond 2,500 to 3,000 liters. So, but we should, while talking that, we should have a rider. We should say that what is the situation under which they are growing. So without that, simply saying 5,000 liters of water is not correct. So you have seen that across the states how it is varying. Say across the technologies how it varies. Across the knowledge level it varies. So the scientific reports are available. So if we ourselves talk 5,000 liters, policymakers will automatically talk about that. So at least we community, as a scientific community, we should not talk like that, because it was if you see that it was there from the last 30 years, or when I was a student also, it was being spoken like that. Today also we are speaking like that. I think there is a need to change that perception.
Definitely, sir. Definitely, sir.
That should start from us. That is what I.
Definitely, sir. Sir, I think we will stop here.
Because it is causing damage to the crop. It is
Right,
causing
sir.
damage to the crop. It is causing damage to the nation. So as if we are abusing the water and so on and so forth. I think it is a question of reputation, profile, say the knowledge gap that we have. If we scientists in every forum, because this is an important group, elite group of rice, I think we should not speak like that. So if we should speak in a very cautious way, that is what. And when we speak 5,000, we should tell.
One minute, sir. How rain gun can be used in DSR rice cultivation? How rain gun can be used? Rain gun.
See, we have the Pandey Saab, we have different options with regards to say what you call water management. You start with flood irrigation, then furrow irrigation, then check basin irrigation, then you have sprinkler irrigation. Among the sprinklers, you have different types of center pivot, rain guns, say what you call overhead sprinklers. Then you have surface drip, subsurface drip. So you have different options. Each one has different efficiencies and applications. So basically, rain gun is one such. This one, I always see that it has a potential, particularly in rain-fed areas. And we should also look at whether it is going to cause any damage to the crop. We have seen that some of the farmers using rain guns in medicinal and aromatic plants, their composition has come down. It is affecting. It also affects flower drop. It also causes in cotton. We have observed that. So rain gun is one such technology wherein the efficiency is relatively low as compared to other precision techniques what we have. And it should be used, if we are talking of surface irrigation comparison, then it is a better one. So you have different options according to that, according to the crop, according to the, say what you call it, also causes damage to the soil structure. So there are several things which we have to look at. So just simply saying that rain gun is better than this. So it has a huge opportunity in dryland areas, what I feel, where you have to give life-saving irrigations, where you have to give 1 or 2 irrigations. Say what you call, because the farmers we thought of combining farm ponds with drip irrigation, but because of the cost factor, it was not happening. So rain guns there can play some important role. Sprinkler irrigations can play. So we have to look at all these things, not just simply we cannot say that. That is what my answer is.
Okay. Thank you very much, sir. Friends, you can give your queries. We will get them proper replies from the next speakers. We will move on to the next speaker. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Give a big applause, sir.
Just one statement I want to make to all the people here. All the irrigation methods are very good if they are designed properly, implemented properly and operated properly. The water use is more or less the same across the irrigation systems, but only the applied water changes. Many a times people do not know this basic fundamental thing. So whether you are following a flood irrigation, furrow irrigation, check basin irrigation, or subsurface drip irrigation, the water used by the crop is, say what you call, will not change much. If water use is changing, because it is linearly related, if water use is changing, there will be a yield drop. Only the difference is the applied water, the irrigation requirement. That is one thing. Another important statement I want to make is, as compared to all the water saving technologies, drip has to be put it in a different platform. Why I am saying that is, when you talk of water use efficiency, in all the water saving technologies, you are only reducing the new denominator, where the amount of water used. The yield is not increasing. But when you come to drip, you have numerator increasing, denominator decreasing simultaneously. So that is where the drip has a different, say what you call, it has to be looked at differently. So that is the reason why I say drip irrigation has to be put on a platform of yield, say what you call, system enhancing, say what you call, or income enhancing technology, rather than water saving technology. It is not just water saving technology.
Right, right.
It is an income enhancing. Right. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Friends, may I now request another renowned speaker, very renowned soil scientist, equally competent in agronomical aspects also, Dr. Himanshu Pathak, presently Director at National Institute of Abiotic Stress Management. He will give his remarks, and also Dr. Himanshu will participate in the discussions which will be followed after his remarks. Dr. Himanshu.
Thank you very much, Dr. Subbarao, colleagues. Particular thanks to Dr. Praveen Rao for his excellent presentation. I shall cover in maybe next 5-6 minutes some of the broader aspects of rice and water, specifically dealing what are the problems and how we can move to some of the solutions. Friends, you know, in Indian rice scenario, there are some paradoxes, very, very important paradoxes. Number one is, when it is grown in high rainfall areas, our whole northeast, eastern, South India, rain-fed, but that is hit by flood and drought, and the yield is low. But when we grow it in the low rainfall areas like Punjab, Haryana, Western Uttar Pradesh, then of course groundwater depletion, but the yield is very high. Yield is very, very high. Third one is regional disparity. There are states where electricity is free, so farmers are applying more than 30 irrigation, 35 irrigations. Procurement is also assured. But then there are states where government procurement with MSP is almost not existing. And then they also have to pay for electricity, diesel, and whatever it is. So this is the regional disparity. And then comes rice export. And Dr. Rao already talked about virtual water trade. Of course, it looks to be a very encouraging number, more than 65,000 crores. But then if you calculate in its totality, including ecosystem service and everything, then probably this is not going to be a very, very heartening or encouraging proposition. So these are some of the paradoxes. But now we have started discussing about rice, and at every level, even policymakers have also started asking why to grow more rice. Why to grow more rice? And probably this table is the cause of that kind of question, because our production this year is around 122 million ton and our demand is 112. So we are in excess. So when the policymakers find that we have got excess production, where internal sales is not going to be a good profit-making export kind of system, so the question comes why we are to produce more rice, and then we start finding what are the faults with rice, with more water, and so on. Very briefly, friends, let me tell you, whenever we talk of rice and water, there are certain facts, but there are certain perceptions which are not the facts. Rice and water, the facts is, yes, rice uses around 34% of irrigation water. We grow rice with less than 500 millimeter rainfall and also more than 2000 millimeter rainfall. Irrigation, as I said, is free, but in some other states, it is very, very costly. Water determines GHG emission. Again, rice is blamed for methane emission, but not rice plant. Actually, water management determines how much methane is going to be emitted by a rice field. And of course, irrigation cost and procurement determines the profitability of growing rice by a farmers. Now, I thank Dr. Praveen Rao for re-emphasizing time and again to very clearly see or say how much is water requirement by rice. Always we say rice needs submergence, but this is again perception, not right. There are very good successful examples of aerobic rice, DSR, where without submerging the rice crop, you can get as much yield as in case of aerobic rice. Second perception is rice has high water use. We discussed a lot, but that is again not the case, not the case. One question was asking how much it is then. See, rice consumes this much of water to produce 1 kg grain is wrong. Actually, farmers apply that much of water, which rice may not need, or maybe the rainfall quantity is that much. But rice doesn't need. Rice actually needs, even to produce more than 5 tons per hectare yield, maximum up to 1500 millimeter. 1500 millimeter is the requirement to produce 5 or even more than 5 tons per hectare yield. So rice certainly doesn't need that. Second one is, of course, rice is the main culprit of methane. But let me tell you, rice crop as such doesn't emit any methane. It is the soil management, mostly the water management of the soil, that creates a condition under which methane is emitted from rice fields. Fourth one is rice has got high environmental footprint because of more energy, more water, more fertilizer. This is again because of the management problem. If you can manage rice without applying that much of water and fertilizer, its environmental footprint is going to be less. And fifth and very important perception is that the Indian rice yield is very low. And the problem here is Government of India reports rice yield in terms of rice, not paddy. But all other countries of the world, they report rice as paddy. So whenever you compare with China, China's paddy yield is actually say 5.5 tons per hectare. And we compare that value with Indian rice yield of 2.7 tons per hectare. So they immediately say, oh, it is double in China. No, in India, the paddy yield is now 4 tons per hectare. So you compare 4 tons with 5.5 tons, still China is more, but not so high compared to India. And in some places in India, say for example, Punjab, Andhra, even some parts of West Bengal, rice yield is almost equal to what is its production or productivity in China. Of course, we have got several technologies like drought and flood tolerant varieties, direct shaded rice, alternate wetting and drying, precision water use, including sensor, micro irrigation, renewable energy sources, including solar. But then it doesn't mean that there is no problem. I'm not saying for a moment that there is no problem in rice and water. There are problems, but some of the problems are connected to the misconception or wrong perception of growing rice. But then what are the problems? Problems are, of course, decreasing water availability, which is being aggravated because of climate change, increasing irrigation cost, particularly when you grow rice in areas with less than or around 500 millimeter rain and you apply 30 irrigations, increasing rainfall variability and intensity, again going to create some problems, increasing water pollution, and then of course all of this putting together will increase carbon, energy, and also water footprint. So these are some of the problems. But the friends, as we discussed, there are several technologies. But the problem of the technologies is not with the technology as such. The problem is how we are putting or using that particular technology. For example, DSR. Is it a good technology for water saving? Yes, if you can do it properly. But if you do DSR in a wrong way and continue your field submerged with water, then instead of saving water, it is actually going to use more amount of water. So the management, the way you are adopting a particular technology is the one which will determine whether it is a good technology or a bad technology. Similarly, of course, there are several multiple issues with DSR, which I shall not discuss. The problem is whenever we talk of rice and water, then there are several stakeholders. There are farmers whose requirements are different compared to irrigation managers, compared to policy makers. Our problem is how a particular technology will be suitable or will be suiting all the stakeholders, farmers, irrigation managers, scientists, policy makers, and so on. And that becomes difficult. That becomes difficult to implement in local scale or in a field scale. And that is happening with some kinds of problems. But the friends, as Dr. Rao also suggested, there are several options, but probably now there is a time to rethink about the whole paradigm to give Indian rice sector a different kind of look, because probably all of you have read this, what Einstein said, that we cannot solve our problems with the same thinking we used when we created them. So what are the major solutions or options before us? One is, of course, eco-regional crop planning. Do not grow rice everywhere and anywhere. Rice should be grown in the areas where there is adequate rainfall, soil is also fertile, and temperature other, so that you need not to apply 30 irrigations or 40 irrigations. Similarly, technology, all these emerging technologies, what Dr. Rao said, but then we really have to cater in such a way that even small farmers will be able to use those technologies. Upscaling of conservation agriculture, including DSR, including micro irrigation, and of course, crop diversification if it is possible. And then use of renewable sources of energy. This is the fourth one. And fifth one, and this is my last slide, that not only one component of rice production, in the whole life cycle assessment of rice, starting from seed to market, beej to bazaar, what the concept is, we need to concentrate on these 5 M's: mapping of rice suitability zone, monsoon, forecasting and weather service, mechanization, automation, custom hiring service, and so on. And then, of course, management of water, supply side management, as well as demand side management of water. And then finally, very importantly, we need skilled manpower. Farmers should also be skilled to use some of these emerging technologies. And then only we will be able to solve the problem of rice and water. So these are some of the broad things which I thought I will be putting before our brainstorming session starts, and what Dr. Rao has covered, how to put all of these things together in a larger perspective. When you are going to say something to our policymakers, how broadly they will be viewing. But again, I shall join with Dr. Praveen Rao to re-emphasize that some of these perceptions of rice, we can only remove. We should not say rice needs 5,000 liters of water. We should not say rice yield in India is so low, half than compared to China, which is not correct. We should also say that rice crop as such doesn't emit methane. It is the soil management which emits methane. We should not say that rice is a crop which will make a farmer poor. No, it is not going to make a farmer poor. Rather, there are certain areas in the country where during Kharif season, say northeast, eastern India, where only rice crop can be grown. No other crop can even be thought of growing there. So these are some of the perceptions which we need to remove, not only before the policymakers, but even within our own community, so that rice is not unnecessarily blamed for not of its fault at all. Only for perception, we should not be blaming rice and water. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. Thank you all.
Excellent, sir. Thank you very much for a very excellent, short and sweet and then highly informative presentation, and then warding away these several perceptions like rice is abused in several parts of the country and all the world, that it is responsible for methane emission. You have rightly pointed out that it is not rice, it is water and then kind of soil management we are doing. Sir, you also have mentioned about the proper use of the technology. So that is also very, very important, sir. Thank you very much for your very short and sweet informative presentation. Now, we will take 1 or 2 queries and then we will go on to the discussion, sir. Friends, can we have 1 or 2 questions to Dr. Himanshu, and then we will go for the discussion? Can we have?
Sir, one quick question to Dr. Himanshu. The concept of 5 M's are like say really path-breaking and then wonderful, sir. In these 5 M, don't you think varietal component is also very important? Selection of the right variety or hybrid?
Oh, sure. See, variety, without variety, I think variety is the first technology which is, of course, being adopted by the farmers. And again, let me join what Dr. Rao said. You know, there are certain technologies which are very easy to be adopted by the farmer, and variety is one such. Just to give seed, and then farmers will be able to adopt it. But if you have to change irrigation management in your farm, it is really a difficult job. If you ask a farmer, you change the whole orientation of your farm and then canal and drip and all kinds of things. No, it is not so easy. But if you simply give 2 kg of yielding variety seed, and then next year you see that the whole farmer has adopted this one. That is certainly the basic and must be going through. And that is the easy one and very effective technology. Absolutely no doubt about that, Dr. Sundaram.
Sir, I totally agree with you. While understanding that provision of a particular variety and farmer will take care of growing it, I also feel that provision of the right variety at the right time in the right quantity to the farmers, that's also an aspect of management, and I think probably that's also equally important.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I think Sundaram, I think what Himanshu mentioned very effectively, that how we are using the technology. Of course, definitely that matters more than 50% of the success of any technology.
Dr. Sundaram, I think myself and Himanshu both being production and natural resource people, so we sometimes we tend to forget variety. But you are there to correct us. Okay.
Thank you,
sir. I think Himanshu also made a mention, sir.
Yes.
Very clearly talked about
we have mentioned, but what Sundaram wants is it should be in that 5 M's.
It is there. Actually, sir, when you talk of management, it starts with variety, water, fertilizer, and everything actually. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Friends, anyone? Read out, Mama.
Sir, how can we reduce the virtual water usage in rice with different strategies? Can you throw some light, sir?
That's right. Already Dr. Rao talked about it. See, I am not saying, not suggesting that do not export rice. But then, if you are growing rice with 500 liters of water for 1 kg, and then you are exporting rice, then probably there is need of rethinking on it. 2 ways to do. Number 1, grow rice with less water using several different kinds of technologies, including variety, DSR, AWD, and so on. So reduce the water consumption if you have to really export. Or if you cannot do that, then probably grow rice in those areas where there is plenty of rainfall. Why to grow rice with 35 irrigations, where you can grow rice with some kind of incentive, with some kind of facilities to the farmers, without even a single irrigation? And there are states in this country, all of you know very well, where farmers are growing rice without a single irrigation. So if you give some kind of incentive, good technology, good variety, good procurement, you just ensure procurement from there. And then you see what farmers are going to grow. So why to grow rice in those areas with less than 500 millimeter rainfall, not to grow in where the areas where there are 2000 millimeter rainfall? So this is what I'm suggesting. You know, Sir Dr. Rao, probably you know that China in the last few years, it has started importing rice from Vietnam and from even also India. Now China can produce so much of rice, you know their capacity, but they are simply not doing it because they are getting rice in international market with much cheaper price.
Correct.
Much cheaper price than the price what they are doing to grow in their own country. So why they will be growing rice in their own country when they can import it with much cheaper cost? So this is the strategy what a country in the size of China is doing. We have got one advantage in this country because we have got areas which are very suitable for growing rice. So let us concentrate in those areas, and then whatever production enhancement is there, you will be able to import. We did some kind of analysis. What we observed that currently with the current technology, around 7 million hectare of land, which is used for growing rice in northwest part of the country, can be taken away, and similar amount of production you can still have without pumping that much of water. But then a holistic policy and planning is required. As Dr. Rao also said, it cannot be done only by one farmer or two farmers. It needs a national level kind of policy. And ICAR has done some initiative on this. Hopefully it will go some way to find the light of the day.
Mahendra, just I want to supplement one thing what Himanshu has said. This brainstorming session should not, we should not project through this brainstorming session that we are against the what we call export of rice. No, that is not the view. That is one thing I want to emphasize.
Right.
And in fact, there is also a big brother type of responsibility for China, India, particularly when we talk of rice, because we have to feed several other parts of the world as well. That is also there as an international dependency. That is another point which but as Himanshu was saying that we should also conserve our resources. Otherwise, we'll be landing in the same situation after 2 or 3 decades. So we have to conserve our strengths and simultaneously help the other countries or feed the other countries. So that the policy of China is to bring down the exports and imports of agricultural commodities to a unity, so that virtual water and import and export ratio is 1. That is how we have to look at in fact, we should make it below 1. So that is how we have to look at, but at the same time, we should, the mapping and what Himanshu has pointed out, that the global national level planning has to be, a framework has to be developed and it has to be done.
Himanshu, there is one clarification somebody wanted. Water quality in rice cultivation versus any policy for rice growing. Quality water. Water quality.
I'm not very clear about the question. What do you mean by water quality?
Can we use any type of water? I think many areas there is a poor quality water is there.
Yes. No. Actually, no. Of course, rice irrigation water quality is not different for rice compared to other crops. It is more so similar. But then let me tell you one problem which is connected to water pollution, and that is related to arsenic pollution of water, groundwater rather. That is again because of excess pumping of groundwater to grow Rabi rice. To grow in some parts of our country, we are pumping excess amount of water to grow rice in winter season when there is no rainfall, and then the groundwater is going down and down, which is causing some kind of pollution with arsenic particularly. Now this is another area whether we should be really going to promote that kind of rice culture. And particularly, see, when we have got excess production of rice, this is a very good scenario, very good situation. Now we are in a comfortable situation and we can really explore the other opportunities of water saving, soil fertility enhancement, and so on. When you do not have sufficient food, you do not have scope for experimentation. But now we have got sufficient amount of rice, we have got enough opportunity to do some kind of experimentation and exploration. And probably this is right time to rethink about how to change our rice area, where to grow rice, and which technologies we should be adopting to grow rice with less amount of water, with less amount of pollution of water, soil, atmosphere, climate change, and so on.
Sir, there is one more query on any thoughts on water credit similar to carbon credit that can help farmer in increasing their revenue and profit.
That's right. Thoughts are already going on. Even carbon credit is also not very much in the market. So hopefully after the implementation of Paris Agreement and many countries are coming forward, now the whole concept is not only carbon saving, but any input saving. And actually, whenever you save water, indirectly you save energy. Because to pump water for 30 irrigations, for example, you are spending a lot of energy. So when you will reduce the pumping, then you are also going to save in electricity. That means again, actually carbon saving, and that is already there in the carbon credit framework. So that scheme is already under operation. But again, this should be one of the policy dimensions that farmers who are following good agricultural practices, including water saving, fertilizer saving, carbon saving, energy saving, they should be provided incentives rather than giving it to anybody and everybody who are simply exploiting the natural resources and putting themselves and also the whole country in some kind of problem in near future. So that should be part of incentivization.
So one last suggestion, is it feasible, like say we give awards to best farmers who record the highest productivity in rice, and also award progressive farmers? Can't we, particularly in rice, considering the dynamics of water and rice, can't we incentivize or reward farmers at state level or national level who produces, say, maximum quantity of rice with very minimum quantity of water, or with highest water productivity? That is something also we need to probably think about, sir, because that has to be incentivized.
Very good suggestion, Dr. Sundaram. I think we should start it. In your foundation day, you identify some of the farmers who are doing like that. Similarly, we shall identify some of the farmers which are doing that.
Yeah.
Right.
I will certainly make it.
And we should start at home.
Yes, we should start at home, right?
The only thing is the template.
Yes.
How
yes.
to identify them? What are the metrics which you consider for say what you call how they are doing it is the important. Even in carbon credits also, that is the major challenge what we are having. We don't have the say what you call template for field level monitoring and say what you call identify them and say in a measurable way. That is the issue.
Dr. Sundaram, maybe just a quick comment, as all of us are here and all the stalwarts. One of the problem with this natural resource management and quantifying it is the monitoring, what Dr. Rao just said. Monitoring yield is very easy. You go to farmer's field and then they will just tell you, okay, my yield is 5 tons, 6 tons. But then how much amount of water you have saved throughout the season, sometimes is very difficult. How much of soil fertility improvement has taken place is again a difficult kind of. So probably your institute and of course NRI Cutting and ourselves, we should also do some kind of research to come out with some very easy indicators to monitor and identify a farmer who is really doing a good job on these counts. So that will be also a good piece of research, that these are 1 or 2 very simple indicators which will tell how much water has been saved, how much fertilizer has been saved, and so on.
Certainly.
Dr. Himanshuji, there is, I think we have some IoT based technologies. We can definitely quantify the amount of water that has been used by a group of farmers, not more than 3,000 farmers. Those data will be very useful in selecting the farmers that we can really think of in future.
Right. Sure. Yeah. Good.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will move on to the next session. Before we move to the next one, I request everyone to give a big applause to the kind of presentations, and then they put their thoughts with great lucidity. And then very clearly, the earlier speakers have given their very useful thoughts. Once again, I request every one of you to give them a big applause. Friends, we move on to the next session, that is actually a group discussion, part of this brainstorming. And we are now at 12:20. So I request all the speakers to restrict their speeches to only 7 to 8 minutes, sir. This is our humble submission. And then may I now request Nirmala, senior scientist from this institute, to introduce the speakers in this group discussion. No, she will introduce. No? Oh, that's what. Yeah, first is Nayak, I know. She will introduce about all this. Nirmala.
Yes, sir.
Can you hear me? Now, please go on. Introduce the speaker. Sir, again, once again, my submission is please restrict to the 7 to 8 minutes, sir.
Sure. Honorable
first
Vice
speaker
Chancellor.
is
Shall I start, sir?
Please go on.
Yeah. Honorable Vice Chancellor PJTSAU, Dr. V. Praveen Rao, sir. Respected speakers of today's brainstorming session, delegates and dear participants, very good morning to you all. And the lead presentation by the Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dr. Praveen Rao, sir, and the remarks by the guests of honors have set the tone for this brainstorming session. Now we'll have a panel discussion with the experts in water management as the panelists. At the outset, I invite Dr. A.K. Nayak, sir, who is the principal scientist and head crop production division at NRRI. And Dr. Nayak has 25 years of rich experience in problem soil management and has made significant contributions in the field of nutrient management in rice. He's a fellow of several societies and also NAS. And he's a recipient of several awards, which include the Hari Om Ashram Award and Nanaji Deshmukh ICAR Award. Also, he was bestowed with the Norman E. Borlaug Fellowship for his work on efficient water management. So with this brief introduction, I request Dr. A.K. Nayak to give his remarks, please. Over to you, sir. Dr. A.K. Nayak.
Thank you very much. A very good morning to everybody. And at the outset, I express my thanks and gratitude to the organizer for inviting me to this brainstorming session on rice and water. Already the tone has already been set. So we have been given, I think it is a 7 minutes time, if I correctly understand. Then I will be focusing few issues which has been deliberated. The number one issue is the rice production and productivity. How much rice we need to produce? And at present, we are producing 122 million tons of rice, and our internal consumption requirement is around 100 to 103 million tons. 17 million tons we are exporting. But the food security which at our hand is very fragile. The kind of situation this COVID-19 has created that has pushed the food security of many nations into jeopardy. And because of our robust buffer stock, we could manage and stride over the situations. Then the next question is, I have again the same thing, how much rice we need to produce and how much rice you need to export. Whether we can, through this brainstorming session, we can reach a figure by 2050. So what should be our total production level, out of which what should be the export? The question is whether we should reduce our export. Certainly, my point is no. We can increase, but how we should frame our export policy that the negative effect of our export is minimized. So the question is, we are exporting virtual export to huge amount of virtual export. But if you will split the virtual export into different components, there will be green water export, blue water export, and gray water export. But if you will see, if you are making a good amount of green water export, till that time you don't have any problem. But if you are exporting blue water, substantial amount of blue water through our rice export, then there is a problem, and your gray water export is really a problem. If you see internally among the different states, you can see whatever rice, your water productivity is there, water footprint is there in a different state. You take Punjab, Haryana, and Rajasthan into account. So their green water contribution to the unit production, it varies, exceeds more than 65%. And it is a reverse the case in Eastern India. The rice production here, the green water footprint is more. So if we are exporting our rice by capitalizing and mobilizing the productivity in Eastern India and still maintaining our export potential, that will be a win-win situation. And if the question is the productivity this year, it could be higher because if you take a base year, very low base year, then our productivity rate is very high. But in future, it would be difficult to maintain this productivity rate. So our population is decreasing drastically, and it will be below 1% in coming years. And we can still maintain a rice productivity more than 1%. By maintaining rice productivity more than 1%, by 2050, we will be achieving the food grain. By that time, our requirement, food grain requirement, which at present around internal consumption is to 103 million ton, is around 130 to 35 million ton of rice, because our per capita consumption of rice is declining because our food basket is diversified a lot. And second, that is a good aspect of our our dietary habit. But the bad part of this is many of our rice eater people of Eastern India and Southern India, they have started eating wheat. So here the water footprint, because of transportation and other things, is increasing. That there is a point where the policy and other things can come into to what extent we can promote the responsible consumption, and we can also at the same time try to just modify our dietary habit. So those are the things we need to ponder when we are making a decision coming out of anything out of this brainstorming session. The question is whether the robust export potential, which is export target, which we have achieved this year around 70 17 odd million ton, out of which 5 million tons are basmati and rest are non-basmati export. Then the questions were raised whether we can go for non-basmati rice export. Yes, we can go for non-basmati rice, but we can maximize rather the non-basmati rice export, because mostly non-basmati rice exports are from other states where the basmati area is confined to Punjab and Haryana. Again, question is, many of our authors, they are telling, scientists, they are telling, believing that basmati rice really it is good in terms of water footprint and chemical footprint. But again, we will have to see the other people also there who have worked on the basmati. They are telling it does not reduce much with respect to this environmental footprint. So, basmati and non-basmati, it is not providing option to the this export market. So when we are talking about, we should not discourage. So am I audible?
Yes, yes, audible. Next up, go on.
Yeah. So when we are discussing and setting the tone for a policy measures, we should not discriminate basmati and non-basmati. Rather, non-basmati export we should promote. The question is, if it is 18 million ton today, by 2050, what should be the target? It could be around 25 to 30 million ton by that time. Then question was raised with respect to China has delivered. China has by design reduced its rice producing area by 7 to 8 million hectare, and thereby also reducing by design some odd million hectares of rice, and thereby by choice importing the rice from its neighboring country. That's the external policy of China, because China is surrounded by a country, Vietnam, Cambodia, Laos, Myanmar, and Thailand. Those states, they depend on the rice economy. They export a lot of rice. So China, by design, as a matter of their policy, so they just as their external policy, they have by design reduced, and so that this country will depend upon China for rice export. But when we are deciding about our policy, the China example may not be a very good example to what extent we should restrict our total production. So far as the technology and the reduction of rice area in India is concerned, we can maintain the rice productivity still and production still by reducing the rice area. Currently, we are rice area, and we can fairly by in the 40 to 50 in the near future, you can reduce 7 to 8 million hectare of rice area, still maintaining the productivity and the total production target which is required for this country. At the same time, we can maintain a robust export potential, and besides that, we will be able to meet the food security of this country. That is the our how much rice you need to produce and how much export we need to do. With respect to the virtual water export, it should be morely we should target through the export. We should target more green water export rather blue and gray water export. Then question is again how we can reduce, as rightly pointed our honorable Dr. Pathak Sahab, we can really reduce our water footprint by the technological interventions. There are a number of technology available. If it can effectively, we can prepare a technology mapping, a technology choice, and effectively apply in the field, we can surely enhance the your water productivity and reduce the water footprint. And by if we can fix a target by 2050, the canal irrigation need to be improved from currently 40% to 60%, and groundwater irrigation efficiency, it needs to improve from 60% to 75%. So another figure estimate says by increasing 10% irrigation water use efficiency, we can bring 40% of water availability for other uses, and the country can gain 15 million ton of food grain. The target is that enhancing the irrigation water use efficiency, that should be our target. So bringing all the ingenuity of science the technology available with us, extension support, a good policy that can able to make this target feasible. But at the same time, we should keep in mind the irrigation development is a costly and a environmental issues also. Large irrigation project and other things they do create problem. So when we went to doing a comparison with productivity, rice productivity of China and India, you can see the rice growing area of China are mostly irrigated area. But India, our irrigated area is around 60%. But if you see the about 40% of rainfed area, 70% are in the eastern India, and out of it, the 23% are rainfed upland, where productive potentials are very low, and 70%, 77% are rainfed lowland. So if you will make an average of productivity of irrigated and rainfed one and come out with a national average, that comes around 4 tons per hectare, whereas in China it is, as rightly pointed out by our honorable speaker, Dr. Pathak, that is 5.5. But that is coming out of fully irrigated area. If you compare the productivity level of Punjab and Haryana and Eastern Uttar Pradesh, our productivity will be nowhere less than the productivity of China. But the real question is how to raise the productivity of this rainfed area in Eastern India, where we do use a lot of green water, but supplemental irrigations are there. The real issue is whether as by exploiting our scientific research, we do have a real physical model for conjunctive use. The conjunctive use potential issue was raised, conjunctive use with respect to the quality of water, and conjunctive use with respect to the canal and the surface irrigation. So if you can see the mapping of your canal irrigation and the surface irrigation, most of the area of Punjab and Haryana, your groundwater is exploited to the huge extent. But question is whether there is a scope of surface conjunctive use of surface water and groundwater, whether there is a scope of use of conjunctive use of good quality water and to some extent poor quality water. We have a large amount of poor quality water, groundwater available, and the surface water from urban discharge also it is available. So we need to have a physical model for conjunctive use and mapping all over India to develop physical model of conjunctive use of water. Then question.
Conclude. Yes.
Yeah, so I'll take 30 seconds. So the technology mapping already has already been presented. The technology which our at present we are having, and the modern development of this machine learning and precision farming, artificial intelligence, if they can be clubbed with the traditional technology, sensor-based irrigation, so we can enhance the irrigation use efficiency to a large extent, and thereby making our dream of producing more rice with less water will be feasible. And still we can maintain our export potentially, not by exporting virtual blue water and gray water, rather it's a green water. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Naxap. Mainly your views on ways to reduce the water footprints, especially those blue water footprints, because green water can be sufficiently used in the eastern parts of the country. Thank you, Naxap. We will come back to you. Before I request Nirmala to call the Ritesh, once again my submission to all the panelists, please 8 minutes, 7 to 8 minutes. Nirmala, you can introduce Ritesh.
Our next panelist is Dr. Ritesh Sharma, who's a principal scientist at Basmati Export Development Foundation.
Federation. Lead Federation. Okay, go on.
Pardon me, sir?
Go on, Nirmala, go on, sorry, go on.
Yeah. So I'm happy to introduce our next panelist, Dr. Ritesh Sharma, who's principal scientist at Basmati Export Development Foundation, APIDA, Ministry of Commerce, Government of India. And he's involved in a maintenance breeding, purification of seeds of Basmati varieties through breeder and foundation seed production, maintenance of germplasm for DNA and quality testing database, various research activities on different aspects of production technology, including organic farming. He has developed several new technologies, including Pata practice and Basmati paddy thresher, which is patented. And he is actively involved in providing extension services to the farmers of all Basmati growing states of India. And he has organized more than 460 workshops on various aspects of Basmati export and production, both at the national and the state level. So with this brief introduction, I request Dr. Ritesh Sharma ji to give his remarks, please. Over to you, Dr. Ritesh Sharma.
Thank you, Dr. Nirmala. Good afternoon to all of you, respected speakers, delegates.
Ritesh, voice is very feeble. Little bit louder. Adjust yourself.
Okay. Am I audible?
Audible, but make it little louder.
And my PPT is also visible?
Yeah, slides are visible.
Okay. So we are short of time, so I will skip some slides like introduction, but I come to the main highlights of the export. As Dr. Subbarao assigned me the topic status of export status of agricultural commodities. India's share in global agri-export trade is about 2.5%. And India's agri-export contribute nearly 14.13 of its total merchandise export. As you know, the APIDA covers about 49% of agricultural export by APIDA monitored products. It is about 20.67 billion in 2020-21, out of a share of fresh horticulture 7.4%, processed food items for 24.1%, animal products 17.8%, and maximum share of cereal, which is 48.7%. So export is taken place to more than 200 countries. This is the overall, you can see the status comparatively for last 3 years. Non-Basmati rice, it is increasing very fastly. Basmati rice, this is our unique product, and we maximum foreign exchange we got from this Basmati. This is the status. You can see total 41.25 billion US dollars, out of which 49%.
Ritesh, increase the volume. Audibility is little less. Okay. It is still feeble. Yeah, now it's fine.
Okay, I will try. Sorry. The APIDA product share is 49%. Rest is spice, which is monitored by Spices Board, Coffee Board, Tea Board, oil mills, tobacco, other products, and marine products. In APIDA, 20.67 billion US dollar share, the maximum share is from cereals, it is 49%, animal products is 18%, other processed food products is 17%, fresh fruits and vegetables, it is about 6%, and this year, I think I have the data. So now come to Basmati. This is the Basmati area, because Basmati is GI crop, and only the 7 states cover. I am from Basmati Export Development Foundation, which have the international facilities, international labs for export point of view, and also a farm where we do some authentic seed productions, varietal demonstration, germplasm maintenance breeding, extension services, core area. So this is the economic importance or the Basmati export data of Basmati. You can see our quantity is continuously increasing. We are exporting more and more and more. But when we go to the unit price, it is very fluctuating. When in 2014-15, we got 74.6 rupees per kg, and after that we decreased by 54.3 in 16-17. Last year it is increased, and it is about 64.5 rupees per kg. So we should consider it or in detail. This is the export data, which is increasing. This is value in crores. So it is very fluctuating. And this is US dollar. This is the unit price. So when we got 74.2 rupees per kg, and in comparison of non-basmati, I will show you the slides. This is the number of countries where we exported the basmati, 143 in 14-15, and now it is about 153 countries last year. These are our 10 importing major countries, which is Iran, Saudi Arab, Iraq, UAE, Yemen, USA, Kuwait, UK, Qatar, Oman. And in for non-basmati, these are Bangladesh, Benin, China, Vietnam, Nepal, Senegal, Guyana, Malaysia, Togo, Cote d'Ivoire. Basmati rice export, if we compare for this time, April to November last year and this year, so it is decreased this year, but now the orders are in well placed, and we hope we can achieve the last year data. Now come to basmati, it is very increasing. You can say this is 19910 crore to 28932 only from April to November this year. So value is also, we are getting good value, and also the quantity in million MTs, it is 10.88 in comparison of 7.09 during this period. And unit price, what the unit price is going down. We should think it, when we want to export, then we should always want maximum value. But here some problems, we all knows what are the problems. So unit price is also decreasing. It is a challenge. This is the non-basmati quantity. You can see 14, 15, 82.74 million MT. And this last year, 2021, we exported 130.95. Huge hike in this export of non-basmati. Under adverse condition of corona, India feed maximum countries, the population, world population. So this is a very good thing. And rupees, if we go for the crores, then it is also very high. 35,477 crore we got. USD is also good, but unit price, you can see 24.7 rupees per kg to 28, 19, 20, and then 27. And this year also it is about 26. Number of countries, we are expanding our business. We are always in search how we can serve the world. So these are the major data, but in comparison, I want to say another data for special country, China. China in 2019-20, we got only 1.71 crore rupees, and this 2021 we got 756.20. So our export to China is also increasing, and the good thing is that they want broken rice. They are very much interested in broken rice or less price rice, because they use this rice in the processing and to make other processed food. So overall, in this context, in water or rice, I think water requirement for basmati production is low in comparison of non-basmati rice, because when we flood it more, then so many challenges are there, and by less water we can grow very good basmati. As you may know that we got 8.5 to 9 ton per hectare, up to the productivity 8.5 to 9 ton per hectare. By special variety Pusa Basmati 6 or 1401 in Sirsa, Fatehabad, this area, very less area, but we have the diversity, and some 1509, 1121, these are the very good varieties. To save the water, the diversification as to adopt by major rice growing states, the shifting from rice to basmati will be easier, as Punjab and Haryana, the farmers are habitual to grow the rice. the government of Punjab also focus so many time and give some incentives to diversify this rice, stop to rice or minimize to rice production, but they not got success. If we transfer them to basmati, then it will be better because this have very good unit value. So country can got more foreign exchange wise export of the special rices like basmati, like different aromatic rices of different states. The rice farming, long duration rice variety may bend to reduce water requirement. Like last year, Punjab also did it. They Pusa 44. They banned Pusa 44 to for water conservation. The rice procurement and storage is a challenge for government agencies. And adoption of basmati farming will be helpful to government agencies. And the stop or reduce the export is not the solution to for this context, as earlier speaker also said. So export is very important. Export of basmati rice may increase or non-basmati rice also may increase. And ACRIP system, one the major problem in export is the pesticide residue. And our total research system, including SAUs or ICAR, we are focused for the high yield. We develop the packages for the high yield or to control the pests. But we should think about like this special area, GI area, the area, sorry, ACREP and SAUs can sit and they can develop the package with major object of export. So the every country have different parameters for the pesticides.
Yeah, Ritesh, please line it up.
Last, sir. It is last only. All concerned institute SAUs in GI area of basmati may revise their recommendations with the pesticide approved in major importing countries. Thanks for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Ritesh, for giving very overview of the both basmati and non-basmati exports of the country, and also he mentioned that basmati will not take as much water as the non-basmati takes, and also mentioned about the Punjab, Haryana, the GA areas where basmati can comfortably be taken up and enhance the foreign exchange. Thank you. We will come back to you next. Nirmala, we move on to the next speaker.
Yes, sir. Our next speaker is Dr. M.S. Bullar. Professor M.S. Bullar is a head Department of Agronomy, College of Agriculture, Punjab Agriculture University. He is an expert in water saving technologies in rice in general and direct seeded rice in particular. And he has handled several projects related to DSR. Also, he has organized trainings and demonstrations to popularize the water saving technologies in rice production. So with this brief introduction, I request Dr. M.S. Bullar, sir, to kindly give his remarks. Over to you, sir.
Once again, my humble submission, sir. Please, 7 to 8 minutes, sir. All the speakers. Once again, my humble request, submission to all of you. Bullar, sir. Go on, sir. Bullar, sir, please go on. Maybe you have to unmute, sir. We are not able to listen to you. Slides are seen. Visibility is there, not audibility. Sir, audio is not functioning, I think. Unmute, sir. Gayatri. Gayatri.
Yes, sir.
Unmute, Bullar's आपका. Audio is not coming.
Hello.
Yes, sir. Now it is there.
So, sir, I will option.
Now audible. Please go on.
So, sir, my main talk will be on Tarbata direct seeded rice, the technology we have given recently, which help us in a higher saving of water. So sir, this is left side is the conventional practice of DSR, dry sowing followed by irrigation. On right side, we have given the new technology that is tarbatar sowing that has got good niche with the farmers. So sir, this is the major difference. We can say what is tarbatar DSR. So we go pre-sowing irrigation. We prepare the field under tarbatar, and here we are adopting lucky seed drill. This is a wonderful machine. And first irrigation we are giving at 21 days after sowing. And this technology helps in deeper root development that minimize iron deficiency. It creates soil mulch, which prevent evaporation and save water. It lower weed germination and yield are similar to PTR, and it has wider soil adaptability. So this is our tarbatar field when we prepare the field for sowing. This is the very important factor, most important factor for a farmer. So this is lucky seed drill. Sowing and spraying of pre-emergence herbicide are done at the same time. So this is another component. First is the field condition. Second is sowing. So sir, here you can see when we are delaying first irrigation to 21 days, you see the root development. Roots go very deeper. That help in minimizing the nutrient deficiency, especially the iron. So here you can see the from farmer field 18 days DSR crop without any post sowing irrigation. So soil mulch is created, no weed. So weed pressure is low, water saving is there, and root growth is more. So here you can see when we are delaying the irrigation from 0 to 21 days, root density is very high and weed pressure is very low, and grain yield are also increased. So that is we have recommended to our Punjab farmers. So here you can see when we are delaying the irrigation to 21 days, there is 21% water sowing. If we compare with the transplanted rice, saving in water is 21%. But if we compare with the dry DSR, the saving in water is more than 12%. So here is the main point. So we are going for higher saving in irrigation water, reducing the weed pressure and minimizing the nutrient deficiency, especially iron with this new technique. So sir, we are working with the farmer. So we have installed water meter at the farmer field, and this is the data from 2 farmer field from 6 acre. And we have got more than 25% irrigation water saving at the farmer field. At the same farm, they have butter transplanted rice. At the same farm, they have direct seeded rice. So minimum 25% water saving is there. So here, sir, we have modified our drill. For the lucky seeder, we have added the press wheel, and here we are conserving the soil moisture for a longer period. There is one major issue in DSR. When there is a rainfall after sowing, there is crust formation, and there will be very poor germination and emergence. So this new machine, it prevents the crust formation. Even if there is moderate rainfall, the rice will germinate and emerge. It also enhances the herbicide efficacy. This machine has already become popular among the farmers. So sir, here another option. Now we have started working on raised bed instead of flat bed, and we are getting the similar yield. We have designed the bed planter, the compact bed planter, where we compact the bed so there is no moisture loss, and we are getting the similar yield. And in case of raised bed, there is 8% higher water saving if we compare with flat bed. We are quite advanced stage of recommending this raised bed. We have already tested this technique at the farmer field. So this is another option. We can save more water as compared to flat beds. So this is, as Dr. Rao has pointed out, the subsurface drip irrigation. This is picture from our research area. We have also implemented this model at the farmer field, at some farmer field. So this is another option for higher saving in irrigation water. And we can see when we are shifting from flood irrigation to subsurface drip irrigation, we can go for more than 35% water saving. So this is another option. So still it's not popular among the farmer. So we are developing this model at the farmer field. At 2 farmer field, we have already installed at 1 farmer field, so that because seeing is believing. So we are demonstrating this technology. So here is survey report is published in that DSR adopters are educated farmer or member of Kisan Club or society. So if we are to enhance the adoption, the capacity building is very important to fill the technology gaps. That is what we are doing. And we have to use the mob technology. We have to use a mob of DSR supporter. So this is what the survey has pointed out. And this is what we are doing in our extension efforts. So sir, this was all about. So 3 options we have pointed out in brief that we are doing, how we can save the water. So any issue is there, then I will be happy to answer. So thank you, sir.
Thank you, Bilal sir. Very nice, very beautiful and sweet. You also mentioned very nicely about dry DSR and then water saving. Shall we move on to the next person, Mohanty? Nirmala?
Yes, sir. Our next speaker is Dr. Sheelabhadra Mohanty. Dr. Sheelabhadra Mohanty is working as principal scientist at Indian Institute of Water Management, Bhubaneswar. And he is a program leader for groundwater management program of ICAR-IIRR, Indian Institute of Water Management. And he is in charge of research work on irrigation water management with a network of 26 centers across the country. So with this brief introduction, I request Dr. Mohanty to please give his remarks. Dr. Mohanty, sir.
Yes, thank you. So respected today's lead speaker, Sri Praveen Rao sir, and Himanshu Pathak sir, and all other delegates present here. So I was asked to give a presentation on this water resources of India and its utilization, and also to relate to some extent to this use of for this rice cultivation water requirement. So I am giving my short presentation.
Mohanty sir, go to the presentation mode. Go to the presentation mode.
Actually, I have already gone to the presentation mode.
Okay, then continue. I think it's coming.
I have already gone to the presentation mode. So actually, this is the water resources utilization of India, water resources of India and its utilization. Okay. So actually, this coming to the water resources of India, the estimated annual precipitation of India is around 4,000 km3. And out of that, this is the average annual potential in the rivers is around 2,000 km3. But this estimated utilizable water of India is 1,083 km3. Out of that, out of this 1,009.
Yes, Mohanty sir, slides are not moving.
Slides are not moving.
Not moving. Yeah, now they started.
Now is it now moving?
Yeah. The second slide is there now.
Okay.
Yeah, please go on, Mohanty sir.
Okay. Then actually, out of this 2,000 km3, actually, what is this potential in the Indian rivers? The surface water potential is actually utilizable surface water potential is 690 km3. This is actually how much from this by constructions of dams and reservoirs, how much can be maximum it can be utilized is 690 km3, and the groundwater is 393 km3. Next slide, is it visible now? Slide is
no, not yet moved. Only second. Now it's moving.
Okay, then I have to do like this. So actually, in this case, actually this this is the presentation of this water resources of India, land and water resources at a glance. So here, in fact, actually per capita water availability as per 2011 census is 1,651 m3 per year. But as it is slowly with increasing population, it is going to increase very fast. and we are going to be very, but as far as the storage capacity is concerned, even though 690 billion cubic meter is the total utilizable surface water, but at present by construction of dams and reservoirs, this is 257 is this billion cubic meter is the water that we are utilizing through surface water, and also out groundwater also 250, around 250 billion cubic meter we are using. So in total 500 billion cubic meter we are using now. So these are coming to different river basin map of India. So I'm not going to detail, I have to cover fast. So these are actually this, so this is actually different river, what is the water resources potential of the different river basins. For example, if you see to Brahmaputra river, 527 is the average water flow in the Brahmaputra, but the utilizable surface water is very less. It is only 24 because it is a high rainfall area and hilly area. It is very difficult to store these water and utilize it. But whereas in the Ganges, even the water flow is 509, utilizable water resources is 250. So similarly here, in fact, these are also in the chart I have given. These are very different, the water resources of different river basins. But here it comes to this, what are the life, even the 690 billion meter is the water utilizable water resources, but actually 257 is we are utilizing through different completed projects, and another constructions under construction is 46 billion cubic meter. So it is around 305 billion cubic meter we are utilizing for the surface water resources. But as far as groundwater is concerned, the groundwater, coming to the groundwater scenario in India, so India actually groundwater is very important because it is now 60% of the irrigation water demand, 85% of the rural drinking water demand, and more than 50% of the water demand really made for groundwater. But here the question is that even though this groundwater groundwater exploitation is divided into 4 categories. If it is that means stage of groundwater development is the existing groundwater draft. What is the groundwater draft we are doing, and what is the net annual groundwater availability? So net annual groundwater availability means what is the annual recharge that is taking place. So in that case, if it is whatever, our policy should be that whatever is the groundwater recharge taking place, we should limit our groundwater draft to that. If it is more than draft is more than this groundwater availability recharge, then groundwater level will increase drastically, which is at present happening in the states like Punjab, Haryana, Western UP, and Rajasthan, Delhi, etc. So where this groundwater classification is that if the stage of groundwater development is less than 70%, it is safe. 70 to 90% it is critical. 70 to 90% is semi-critical. 90 to 100% is critical, and more than 100% it is overexploited. So I'm coming to this. Here, in fact, this is a slide in the different states. What is the stage of groundwater development? It is shown in this figure. So here you can see that in the Punjab, this is 166%. That means whatever recharge that is taking place, so more 66% more draft is occurring. Rajasthan, it is 140%, and Delhi, it is 120%, and Haryana, it is 137%. So these are the major concerns. If this continues for a long time, we may have a serious repercussion in these states in the future. Then coming to this, these are the different water resources utilization. Major irrigation is the major water user, then followed by domestic and industry, and there are some other uses like power and inland navigation, environment, ecology, evaporation, etc. But this is this. I told that as present, even though it is 1083 is the total water resources of the country utilizable, but at present we are utilizing only 500 to 500 kilometer cube of water. But the projected water demand, projected water requirement, actually this is coming to this in the year 2050. It by different estimates is varying from around 1100 to 1450. by 250, that means almost when we are using only 550 kilometer cube water with increasing population. Once population is increased, then to feed them more of water will be needed for irrigation. So that means this is going to be a problem in the near future. We have to use our water resources judiciously. Similarly, this is coming to the projected per capita water availability. This is the per capita water availability. If it is less than 1700 meter cube per year, it is water stressed, and it is less than 1000 meter cube per year, it is water scarce. But as per this 2011 census, already we are water stressed 1651 kilometer cube per year. And in the year 2025, it is expected to be 1401 meter cube year. And we are going to be water scarce slowly, because in the year 2050, we are going to be 20, sorry, this is 50. Second one is 2050, 1191 meter cube per year. So this is the scenario of our water resources of our country. Then I will talk little bit related to rice. So we have been talking here how this is virtual water concept also we have discussed. So this is rice export, and how with this rice export, how we are so much of virtual water we are exporting. But what I want to tell is that export of the rice is not a major concern here. In my view, is that utilization of the over exploitation of groundwater, especially in the states.
Please unmute yourself.
In my view, I am telling this export of this rice is not an issue, because through this export we are earning foreign exchange. But the only issue is that whenever we are over-exploiting groundwater resources in the northwestern parts of India, like Punjab, Haryana, Western UP, Rajasthan, so that portion has to be diverted from that portion, and we should divert these some other Eastern India or some of the portion where excess water is available. We should divert. So, for example, I am talking of Eastern India, wherever in fact actually many of the low-lying or medium land in the rainy season, rice is the only crop you can grow there. There are no other crop you can grow there.
Yeah, Mohan sir, please wind it up.
I'm shortly I'm telling, just within 2 minutes. So that is why even if we don't grow any crop, we are not using any effectively. If you see, we are not using any water. Otherwise, also if you don't grow all the crop, all the water will be either go by evaporation or seepage. So and then also another thing is that even if in the upland area, or even if this other area in the Kharif season also, rice growing is okay in my view, because once you grow rice crop in the Kharif season, at least we do some ponded bonds, and in those ponded bonds also we take groundwater recharge takes place. So that is also, of course, even if suppose in the canal irrigated areas, of course, one issue is that whenever many cases people are going for in the Rabi season also, some of the places we are going for paddy cultivation. But in that case, if you divert paddy and go to some other crops like vegetables or other crops, definitely we are going to have more productivity and more income. Still, it is not a major issue for us, because many cases due to affinity of the farmers, maybe ease of cultivation, they also cultivate this paddy in those areas. So that is also not a major issue. But my view, only major issue is that suppose in some cases groundwater depletion is not occurring, then also we'll accept it. Groundwater depletion is not occurring, they are drawing groundwater and they are irrigating paddy crop. And okay, there is also that one, but the only thing is not totally acceptable in the states of this Punjab, Haryana, etc. They're over exploiting groundwater and they're cultivating paddy, and that is a major issue. And if even this gray satellite data papers has come, if some political willpower is not there, a major action is not taken shortly, we may have serious repercussions in the near future, and that has to be now controlled. And as far as I am telling, if somebody tells that if you export so much of rice and so much of water we have exported, I don't agree. Because in fact, whatever in the paddy field, whatever groundwater recharge taking place, that is remaining in whatever percolation takes place, that is remaining in the ground, and that is also groundwater is increased. Or even if it goes to the base flow, we are maintaining environmental flow. And also even if which is lost by evaporation, that also I am not telling it is a loss, because that also again is hydrogeological cycle through rainfall. It is again coming back. No water is lost from the hydrological cycle. So major issue is not here this export of rice. We should not think of stopping export of rice. Only we should think that our the rice can be done, but wherever sufficient water is available. But rice should not be done in the states of Punjab. Rice in the Punjab, Haryana, canal water is done. It is okay, still is acceptable. But don't ever exploit groundwater from the states of Punjab, Haryana, Rajasthan, Western UP and Delhi. Don't ever exploit groundwater. You should have some political willpower. We should stop free electricity. All these things should be stopped. But that is a major issue. No, issue is not the export of rice. Issue is not to overexploit groundwater. And here with this, I complete my talk here.
Thank you very much, Mahanti sir. Highlighting mostly about the net annual groundwater availability and overexploitation of groundwater, especially in the states of Punjab, Haryana, and the northwestern parts, and very less utilization of rainfall water, especially in the Brahmaputra region, as low as 24%. And your suggestions for crop diversification, and then curtailing the freebies like free electricity are well taken. Thank you very much. Let's move on to the next speaker, Nirmala.
Yes, sir. Our next speaker is Dr.
Reddy.
Yeah, our next speaker is Dr. K. Reddy, sir. I feel privileged to introduce our next panelist, Professor K. Reddy, who's Dean, Agriculture, Engineering and Technology at ICAR-IIRR Ranga Agriculture University. Dr. Reddy has more than 33 years of experience in teaching, research, project management and administration. Earlier, he worked as a technical head of Andhra Pradesh micro irrigation project for 5 years, and he was director of Valam Tree for 6 years. He's presently one of the vice presidents of ICID. So with this brief introduction, I request Professor Reddy sir to kindly give his remarks. Over to you, sir. So please go on with your presentation.
Yeah, thank you, Nirmala. Thank you, everyone. And I am really delighted to have had a listen to Praveen Rao Garu, Patak J. Sundaram Garu, and all experts. And really thank you for giving me opportunity to speak. But I will take only 5 or 6 minutes as said. But I have few slides to show. I think my presentation is visible.
Yeah, visible and audible.
Yeah, thank you very much. In fact, we are irrigating a lot of area in India by building a lot of irrigation projects. We are spending a lot of resources constructing the projects. When you see the overall water efficiency in projects in India, it is around 40%. But where the same projects can have the efficiency of 65% or 70%, globally it is happening. Why it is low in India? And we have investigated because paddy takes a lot of water in the under irrigation projects. How can we improve? That is a lot of connectivity. And you can see in this particular picture. So we create swimming pools in the field where there are no proper plants. Land is not properly managed. On-farm water management is a very crucial issue that I want to tell you. And in fact, when we take water from the source to the field, there will be losses at different points when it is traveling. But we pay more attention to the main canals, main distributors, not at the field level. On-farm water management is a crucial issue. There, as director at Valamtari and at national level in ICAD, we are telling these are the reasons where we have to pay more attention to improve the efficiency at on-farm level. And we have beautiful national water policy. This is one guideline when we speak about water management. This we have since 1980 in India. 2012 it was revised. And I'm very happy to tell the national water policy clearly spelled about water footprints, okay, and incentivizing the water efficiency and demand management at field level. So if we draw from this national water policy few points, a lot can happen. Somebody was, I saw discussing how we can do the incentives. Today, farmers, when they irrigate from their bore wells, they use less water. But when it is going in the canals, there is no ownership to the farmer. If they save water, this water is available to some people in the downstream. But to save water in the irrigation projects, you have to put a lot of effort. And we have experience in the AP water management project funded by FAO. When we have given some incentives, farmers were really improving the management. For that, we need to put a lot of effort. The most important thing to talk about water management is valuing the water. How we value the water. So unless we tell the people what is the value of water, there is no way we can improve the efficiency. Because today the farmer will be paying 150 or 200 rupees for irrigating 1 acre paddy. But if you charge 1 paise a liter, because I talked to a number of farmers at a number of places, if you just charge 1 paise a liter, it costs 48,000 rupees to irrigate 1 acre of paddy. That is the value of water. And when we talk to the farmers, this is the value, friends, don't waste water. Okay, that is the value. If we 1 paise a liter, because today there are many industries, they want water. If you save 10 centimeter from the farmer field, and if you charge 1 paise to industry, you get 20,000 rupees there. For every centimeter, 1,000 rupees easily possible. Later 1 paisa. So such is the value of the water. This is for that measurement is a must. You have to measure the water. So this is one important reason why low efficiencies in India are that we are not metering the water at every level. So from the source to the farmer field, it should be metered, measured, quantified. Today also, when we do any research, we calculate what is the yield per acre, but yield per unit of water in everything shall go, then a lot can happen. For that, we need to train not only the farmers, even officials, infrastructure should be there, total channel control. That was the institutions like Valmi, Valamtaris are doing today, and there is a lot of focus on this. This is a big area where we have to strengthen. And at farm level, as I said, so water to be measured when it is going in the canal, even in the pipeline. So today, that's one important thing. We have to see that farmers, there is one more thing. I am very glad a lot of technologies are spoken here. No need for standing of water in the paddy. That can be managed through alternative irrigations and by monitoring with the Bowman tubes with the sensors. So such interventions, ICT tools can go up to the farmer level. Okay, where the farmer can know when he has to irrigate paddy under the bore wells. This is what we did in Valamtari. So lot of opportunities are there today for doing this one. Again, in the canal, when the water is going, proper structures are required. Through Valamtari, we try to do all the things. The diversion boxes are required. And lining of the canals where there is a lot of wastage of water. Ultimately, we say that water is spent for the crop, but it is not reaching the field. It is lost at many places that need to be accounted. In fact, I'm very glad as part of ICID, we have the similar concerns at the global level to see that the water management takes place very well across the globe. And I'm glad to tell you the headquarters of ICID is in New Delhi only. And this promotes good irrigation projects which are doing good across the world by giving World Heritage Irrigation Structures Awards. I'm glad today India topped the list by having 4 awards last year. And India is doing really well, but we won't present many times. And I'm happy to tell you that with the same objective, we are having the 25th International Commission on Irrigation Drainage Congress in 2023, that the theme is tackling water scarcity in agriculture. I invite all of you to be part of that. Probably we can have one session there, one event, rice and water. The IAR and other people who are there can take a lead. We give the big platform there. That event is happening in India after 57 years in Vizag next year, November 6 to 13. And as I say, our future is our children, our youth. We should focus in the school education also, how important the water and how important for agriculture, all that. So that's what ICID is doing. And we also trained a number of people from Valamtari conducting water schools and going to the schools, villages, adopting them, telling them what is the use of the sensors. Today, those children are speaking to their parents, not to waste water. So just I will sum up. First, we need to understand what is the economic good. It is not a free commodity. We need to educate everyone, tell the value of water, and measurement is a must. The resource which cannot be measured cannot be managed. So that is the fundamental thing. And we need to demand management. At farm level, what is the actual irrigation requirement? Praveen Rao has very detailed explained about the virtual water components. On-farm water management, you know the demand there and deliver. Then virtual water approach, this is a very good topic. Probably I'm telling you friends here, in another 10 to 15 years, whatever the product you are going to purchase in the market, it is going to be labeled with the amount of water gone there. Because today, a lot of organizations globally, they are working on that. but it needs a lot of effort to meter and mark like that. This is our responsibility. And whenever somebody is saving water, some incentive shall come. That is our national water policy also speaks. And irrigation asset management in this country is very weak. We build big projects, but we won't really manage well. Asset management is important. And it is a combined responsibility. Don't simply tell the farmers it's our responsibility. The government, departments, officials, and even NGOs, all shall be part of the participation in water management. And finally, respect agriculture. We all know here today in the main cities, the children doesn't know what is the importance of agriculture. They think the product comes from the supermarket, but we have to tell them it comes from the farmer. With this, I thank. Okay.
Thank you very much, Reddy garu. Very nicely and focused presentation on avoiding the losses of water during the distribution, and also how India is very poor in utilizing the water, only 40%, and also valuing the water. Thank you, sir. Next, we will move on to the next speaker, Nirmala.
Yes, sir. Our next speaker is Shri S. Vijay Kumar, who's Assistant General Manager, Technical Services, Premier Irrigation Agritech Private Limited, which is based at Bangalore. I request Shri Vijay Kumar garu to share his experiences and give suggestions for improving water use efficiency in rice.
So kindly restrict the time, sir. 8 minutes.
Yes, sir.
Vijay Kumar ji.
Unmute.
Sir, Vijay Kumar, sir, unmute and then go on, sir.
Post my video, I need to find my bandwidth. So let me share the screen.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for giving the. Thank you very much, sir. And all my professors and seniors are there. I'm just working in this field of water management for the last 33 years. I'm just sharing a small experience that I have. Kindly bear with me. I'm just sharing my screen, sir.
No, switch on your video also.
No bandwidth problem.
Okay.
Bandwidth problem is, therefore I'm not.
Okay, sir. Okay. Sorry.
So you are able to see.
We are able to hear you. Screen is not coming.
Screen, sir?
No, not yet.
Oh. Yeah, just sir. I'm actually a remote village. Unfortunately.
Not a problem at all. I think you can go ahead. Vijay Kumar ji.
You can speak on, sir.
You can speak extempore. Go ahead, sir.
Has it come? Yeah.
No, it's video is not
Audio is not coming, sir. There is a bandwidth problem. Actually, we are
And we are able to hear you, sir. Without screen also, you can start speaking.
Okay. So we have that the water distribution of the earth, and Dr. Praveen has given the entire presentation. So we know that the earth water resource is available for irrigation is only about 1%. So the order of the day is we have to save water to save ourselves. So that is basically the concept over here. And as you know, the challenge in water availability, 54% as per the Water Resources Institute, 54% of India faces high to water stress, and irrigation consumption as per the Central Water Commission, around 85.3% water is required for irrigation. And the need of the hour.
Lost your voice.
Sir, again we lost your audio.
Video.
Both audio, video, both. Vijay Kumar garu, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. I think my connectivity is a little.
Now audio has come. Please go on.
Yes. Basically, is a smart usage of water, like how we are using smartphones. We have to use water very carefully, and from the given area, we have to increase the farm productivity and efficient utilization of the agri inputs. So Pradhan Mantri Krishi Sinchai Yojana, or the per drop more crop scheme, which
Again, audio is gone. Vijay Kumar sir.
Sir, I have a suggestion. Let's move ahead.
Okay.
Sir,
Or when it is okay, you will come back, Vijay Kumar sir.
Let him send it a mail.
I think your audio is
actually,
gone.
audio is also gone, sir.
Yeah.
Actually,
Or
there
take
is
another.
a lot of interruptions. I have a suggestion. If your connection get better, we can continue, sir. Otherwise, you can through an email, you can share your views so that they'll be incorporated in the final document, sir. It's my humble submission.
Okay, sir. I will do that, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Or you can try after another speaker.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, we will move on to next speaker, Nirmala.
Yes, sir. We have with us Sri Nagaratnam Naidu, who's a progressive farmer from Telangana. And he has been adopting new varieties and innovative management practices on his farm, which is in outskirts of Hyderabad. And for his innovative farming practices, he was recognized by our IIRR in the past, and he was felicitated in one of our Farmers' Day. So with this brief introduction, I request Nagaratnam Naidu Garu to please give his remarks.
He is not only felicitated by us, he has been receiving awards on and off regularly from various governments, state and central as well.
నమస్కారం సార్.
నమస్తే నమస్తే go on sir.
ప్యానెల్లో ఉన్న అందరికీ నమస్కారం. అట్లాగే మన వీసీ గారికి ప్రత్యేక నమస్కారం. సో డిఆర్ఆర్ సుబ్బారావు గారికి, మహేందర్ గారికి అందరికీ నమస్కారం సార్.
నమస్కారం.
I can speak in English, but
no problem, no problem.
It is I am a practical farmer since 2001 to till today. I am growing SRI system of rice intensification method. So in this method, using of less seed, less water, high yield. So we are discussing about water. So water is the important role in our part. So save the water is the service to the nation. That is my philosophy. That's why I am saving the water since when I started from my agriculture. Even other crops also using of biodiversity and nature farming system and organic methods. So if it comes to paddy field, so each and everybody is talking about in paddy. Paddy is not a water plant in my view. Paddy is not a water plant. It requires water. Is it correct or not?
Yeah.
Yeah. Paddy is not a water plant. It requires water. So if you give less water, the root can search for moisture. When roots are healthy, plant will be more healthy and bankers will be more, grains will be more, yielding will be more. In a farmer aspect, I am doing same thing. So using of less water, I am getting high yield, and in a less area, high income generation. And seed also. We are wasting some million tons of seed instead of nursery also. So that I avoided, I am using 2 kg seed per 1 acre instead of 30 kg. 28 of kg seed I am saving per acre. So in a global level, some million tons of seed we are wasting. If we convert into the national food security, we can feed entire nation. 135 crores population, we can feed 22 days. So water also same thing I am doing. So everybody is talking about how much water is utilizing. When I started in 2001, that time also I fixed 2 water meters as my borewell pipe. So one is SRI system and another is conventional method. So I saved 45% of the water in conventional method, SRI method instead of conventional method. So this type of method we can calculate in paddy also. So why we are giving too much of water? What is the use? As a farmer, I am asking. So if we give more water, 2 inches of standing water, what is the use? The bottom part of the tank will be soft. If you apply how many tons of chemical fertilizers or organic method also, if comes winds, it will fall on your entire thing. So in this method, what I'm implementing is the method, the roots are healthy. So if we pull traditional method, we can pull 5 kgs of pressure. If you use 5 kgs of pressure, we can pull the one clump of paddy. So in my method, so if you use 50 kgs of pressure also, you could not able to pull one clump of the clump. So that root system is expanding 30 centimeters dias. So in this method, so if you give less water, any crop, not only in paddy, so the root tip should observe the moisture. So here what I'm facing is, so since morning I'm hearing, so we are thinking about paddy is a water plant. It is not a water plant. It will be, it should be a, paddy is not, it requires water, that's all. So using a plus water, moisture, if you maintain moisture, we can get good yielding and a less area, high income generation. This is my practical experiences. And we are, if we do more water, we can lose yielding, we can lose soil strength, and we lose nature also. So we are wasting water also. So that if you use less water, we can get good yielding and high income also. As a farmer, double the income, we can get it in paddy also. So since our farm is very close to our universities also, other techniques are talking about so farmer field. I can give to ICR and our university people also. I am welcome to you, and you can start in my field. I can give maximum cooperation to our universities and ICR departments also. So this type methods since past 20 years I am using. So I got it in that method. I got it 2 times international award for Netherlands project, also given 2 times international award for using of less water. I got it 22 national awards and 11 international awards so far. So ICR award, the Babu Jagdijan Kisan Puraskar award also I achieved due to using of less water. So this is a brief scenario. I can talk hours together, but panel time is over. Always a farmer is not first. Always farmer is the last. That chance is you are given last chance, but within my time I can finish the what are the things what I am doing in agriculture. So agricultural purpose we are using 65% of the water. So the farmer is the most prone to save the water. In my philosophy, saving the water, national food security without chemical food, national health security, national wealth security, and environmental security. Only farmer can save the nation. So save the farmer and service to the nation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Naidu garu. Don't feel that you are listed at the last. Farmer is always first. Without farmer speaking, the meeting will never be concluded. It will never be concluded without a farmer speaking. And we all know that you are well experienced. You are highly progressive. We all visited, several of our colleagues visited your farm. We have seen how nicely you are working, contributing SRI cultivation and all. Don't feel, sir. If you are feeling, I am very sorry. Your farmer is always first for us. Farmer is always.
మీరందరూ దయచేసి మా ఫామ్ విజిట్ చేస్తే నవ్ ఆల్సో ఐ కెన్ షో
Again, sir, Vasam. In the past we visited. In future also we will do come, sir. Thank you for your invitation. Definitely we are coming. We will visit your farm. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Now, sir, shall we move on to next speaker, Nirmala?
Yes, sir.
Meka Jagannath Rao garu.
Yes, sir.
Please.
He is present with us.
He is sitting in our committee. You can introduce Nirmala.
Shri Meka Jagannath Rao garu is a progressive farmer and has been demonstrating profitable farming practices on his farm. He practices integrated farming systems and he too was recognized and awarded by IIRR, and also he is a recipient of several awards at both national and state levels. So with this introduction, Jagannath Rao garu matladandi sir.
Jagannath Rao garu is associated with our institute for the past almost 25 years. We had very good association with you, sir. You are demonstrating our technologies in your farm. Recently, I also visited from appear our predecessor, directors, senior scientists, and all are visited your farm. We know your contribution. Kindly go on, sir.
సమయాభావం తక్కువ ఉన్నందువల్ల ఓన్లీ హెడ్లైన్స్ చదువుతున్నాను, వివరణ లేకపోతున్నాను. సరే క్షమించవలసిగా కోరుతున్నాను. The crop high rises due to the high water level in the fallow lands and given yields decrease. Second, panicle early stage to crop ending stage is nearly 1 month. So water storage in the paddy field must be 2 to 3 centimeters in panicle time, as well as the soil must be kept moist with a water irrigation system. As a result, the root and stem will be strong and lodging will not be an issue. Number 3, if more water is stored in the paddy field, more disease and pests will embed. Number 4, without a paddy nursery and plantation system, direct sowing of paddy seeds requires 15 to 20 kgs of seeds per acre. The system is row system with a row to row distance of 22.5 centimeters, 9 inches. This system saves 20% of water and reduces cultivation cost of 20%. Number 5, we are cultivation early paddy varieties which save water by 20%, reduce cultivation cost of 20%, and reduce the use of disease and pests and manure by nearly 20%. Like as an example, RNA 15048, 125 days. Next 6, the more water stored in a paddy field, the less tillers produce. Number 7, because of inadequate water management, sewage drains more than irrigation water in delta paddy cultivation. Number 8, paddy cultivation land must maintain a 0 point level at each border height and at bounds, as water cannot flow on other land. Number 9, now the groundwater become a more scarce. We are taking steps to install check dams. Number 10, in recent years of our monsoons have been unable to keep with the unexpected rains that have occurred more frequently than the north, east, and south west monsoons. We are prepared to face the challenges. My last 11, my slogan, ప్రతి నీటి బొట్టు దాచిపెట్టు రేపటి కోసం. English లో చెప్తాను. Every drop of water that we must save for the future. Thank you.
Very nice, sir. Very smart, very brief and then very sweet presentation, especially your practical experiences you shared with us. Very nice, officer. So we will have some discussion, brief discussion. Vijay, if you are ready, we will have.
Yes, sir.
Vijay, sir.
Sir.
If you audible.
Audible. Okay, sir. So I will just show only one. I will try to show one slide, which I just wanted to. This is an experiment that we conducted. Actually, let me try once, if I am lucky. See my slides, sir.
No, if you can put, but slides are not visible till.
Okay, sir. Then I will just tell.
Maybe there is some difficulty in video. You speak on, sir. You speak on.
Yes, sir. Yeah, actually, we have done. We have provided drip irrigation for paddy in a small field in Vellakovil, Tamil Nadu, and we found the farmer adopted drip irrigation for the first time. Subsequently, he for drip irrigation. So I always keep wondering, when we talk a lot of drip irrigation in paddy, it is not getting replicated. So the challenges in terms of available subsidy of farmer and about the layouts available. And what I am seeing that the first trial goes successfully, but the second trials or the subsequent, I asked the farmer, he said, so no, sir, that you are in particular variety, the variety of the particular paddy. So therefore, the mindset also, a lot of research has.
Thanks, sir. When you add the video, there is some problem, sir. Please speak on. Vijay Kumar, sir. Vijay Kumar, sir. I think let's not bother about video. When you are adding video, some problem is cropping up. Please speak on.
Yes, sir. So basically, what my request is that can we not have a allocation in Pradhan Mantri Krishi Sinchai Yojana for paddy so that the more adaptability of the farmers, because way back in 2003 also, farmers did not adopt because of the first investment cost, and also farmers need to see success being replicated. If I do it once, can I do it again? So this is the challenge. I thought that I would like, this is a question I would like to face it before the distinguished panel of people. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. Very nice of you, sir. Thank you. Now let us have some brief, very brief discussion because we are already encroaching into lunchtime. It is already 1:50. 1:50.
10 minutes, Selvi.
We will have a brief. People can either ask or put in the chat box.
Reddy has raised his hand.
Yeah, please, sir.
Kindly contribute, sir.
Thank you very much. This is one important point being discussed today, that my drip irrigation for paddy. Okay, this is if we want to take any technology at a large scale, first it should be technically viable and it should be economically possible, feasible, and socially acceptable and environmentally friendly.
Fine.
Okay, and here comes the environmentally is very good, but technology is very good. But when it comes to the cost factors, to invest on paddy for drip. So suppose somebody, its research is very good, but if you want to implement a large project like that in the country, because I was also evaluating the projects from the Karnataka government. Once a project came for large scale implementation of paddy in one of the command areas, one project. But how much money we have to invest on that project for raising the paddy under drip? So we have a lot of other crops, other things required in the society, which can be grown with the micro irrigation. A lot of returns can come to the farmer. So issue is that today we have a lot of delta area and a lot of areas where only paddy can be grown. Let us pay more attention on that. And going for paddy micro irrigation with the government of India funding, this aspect should be seen, please. Okay, this is my request, because for promoting paddy under drip, so we are spending government money, and where the farmers can be given a lot of alternative things for growing the paddy, other than paddy, with more economic returns, because you cannot sell a kg of rice more than 50 rupees because we have social obligations. We have to give the free food. So keeping all that in mind, I think the wise decision can be taken. This is my submission, please.
Thank you, sir. Vijay Kumar, are you convinced with the reply? Next. Yeah.
LRD Garu is my guru.
Good. Yeah, I think we are collaborating with each other. Next, we'll move on to the next person. Any query, please?
Mallesh Garu has raised his hand.
Yes. It has been a quite interesting conversation that I've been hearing. But one thing, as the many speakers have identified, okay, technology has a limitation to deploy, because farmer is not a highly educated person. His interest is basically, how do I get more money into my hand? But in the process, if you say technology is the only solution, obviously there is going to be a lot of resistance. The way I would look at is basically we need to work with the behavioral aspect of the farmer, because currently we have been working with roughly around 4,000 farmers in Punjab. Initially, when we went to them saying that, look, you can deploy the technology, and the technology is a cheap, low-cost technology where you can get the returns within 1 year, the reception was far less. Compared to that, when we started integrating him in with our technology, taking his constant feedback, and told him there is not too much of change and there is no question of water saving, because the moment we bring in the water saving element, he thinks, okay, what is in it for him? So our entire proposition was basically, look, by adopting this technology, we will be able to tell you when you should irrigate. And when you irrigate at the right time and right frequency, your productivity will increase. And not only productivity will increase, but your input cost and the labor cost is going to go down slightly. So that is how we have found success. my humble submission to the team is basically, yes, technology is important and there are many various technologies available, but somebody should start looking into the behavioral aspect of the farmer, give more importance to that, bring him, make him the centerpiece of the entire activities. That's when we can see success.
Excellent, sir. Excellent. Well taken, case.
Thank you.
Well taken. Very good. Next one, please. Next person, please.
Anybody can put a question for panelists also. All are available.
Say to the
Anybody
main
wants any
speakers and
clarification?
also for the panelists. Any clarification required? If there is no clarification,
yeah, please, sir. Sir, Ellaredi, sir.
Yeah, please.
Question from Mahendra.
How far we will be successful in IoT based water management? Do you have? I think you are already initial stages. I worked with you for in voluntary.
Yeah.
But now we wanted to go in a very big way with IoT based with one incubating center. So how best it will be successful? How it will be going to?
Mahendra Kumar is a very good point. Today we need to adapt technologies because for a lot of reasons. Okay, one is the efficiency is very important. Okay, any resource created shall be spent properly. So IoT has a lot of use in our water management sector, and we have already seen that one initial level, how the farmer can irrigate his field sitting at his home, not going to the field. He can even irrigate the field for the required depth of water. So such potential is there. So already the people having their own bores, many places they are using some technology, some interventions. Now, what is the moisture content in the root zone required? With reference to that, your IoT tools are there with the sensors and the data loggers and the communication systems. So to that extent, precision farming can be possible. And we have to try in the canal commands, at least canal commands with proper management, means delivery management based on the demand. So how much is the demand? For that, it's not only the farmer, the system should be adapted for that. The irrigation water resource department should have the systems, total channel control first. Your channel should have capacity to deliver as per the demand in the water resource association level. So for that, we need to also involve the government, because today in some projects, the total channel controls based on the water resource association intent, the water can be delivered on that date. So then we go to the farmer. Like that, it should be integration. Okay, we do research and we have found very suitable. These things we have to take it to the higher level. That's what we try to do at Voluntary, even the Central Water Commission. We are presenting these things. Let us make a project where from the supply to the last farmer point, it is all connected. Like we have some experience in the other countries, Murray-Darling Basin in Australia, they do that. And one more thing here, Mahendra Kumar Garu, the right on water should be felt by the farmer. We won't give right to the farmer on water. That's why they won't take ownership. So when the water comes, they take. So create some right to the farmer. This is 50 units of water is your right. Then the farmer will efficiently use it. So that also an integration point is required. Mahendra Kumar Garu. This is a big subject, but we need to open it for the discussions and bringing up the policies to the ground level.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Already again a small extension to what Mallesh Garu. I go with Mallesh Garu. Behavioral acceptance is really definitely and certainly required.
Yes, totally. That's a very important thing, sir. Without farmer, we cannot do anything. They should be involved in any decision we are going to take. When you are implementing, we should consider them. And I also told you in my talk, by giving 1 paisa liter, the farmer has to pay 48,000 rupees to irrigate 1 acre of paddy. Sir, it cannot be misunderstood that farmers are wasting water. Okay, there are many farmers that are doing it, but now today the farmer, when he's saving any water in the project, he's not getting any incentive. He has to go to the field during night time to take the water and close it. So there it is important. And by giving subsidy, some people also may say that we are giving water very free to the farmer, because that reason only we are getting 40 rupees a kg. Otherwise, if you charge 1 paisa liter, it costs you 80 rupees or 100 rupees a kg of paddy. So this is also what behavioral changes farmers, we say. We have a lot of experience, and I am really fortunate to talk to the farmers and learn from them. And it's
Yeah.
a collective responsibility, sir. Yeah, I say.
Nice, nice. Yeah, any participant, please? To any of the speakers or panelists? Any participant, please? It is close to 2 o'clock. Shall we move on to next agenda?
Yes, sir. I think we can go ahead, sir.
Yeah,
And,
Padma Kumari?
my humble submission is if anybody has any views on the topic,
They can
send an email either to Dr. Mahendra Kumar or to me, so that all the inputs will be summarized and then it will be
Definitely.
implemented in the final document. Kindly contribute.
Sir, if there is no query, I profusely thank all the panelists for excellent presentations, for excellent viewpoints projected by them, right from Naik, who talked about blue water plain. That the major concern he showed was how ways to reduce the waterfront. And Ritesh talked about basmati rices and foreign exchange. And Bullar Saab talked about direct saving and then water saving thereof. And then Mohanjay talked about utilization of very poor utilization of rainfall waters in the like Brahmaputra basins where 24% is only, and the excessive utilization of groundwater, that is blue waterfront. And LRD Saab again repeatedly told about 2-3 points just now what we discussed, that water efficiency in India is very poor. It is less than 40% in irrigation projects. And also we talked about national water policy. And coming to Vijay Kumar Saab, also we tried to share his viewpoint, but due to the unavailability of the audio and video at his point, and then he raised about the drip irrigation in the paddy field, and then how can we make it then economical or feasible. And then coming to our Nagaratnam farmer friends, Nagaratnam Naidu, who pioneered the SRA technology, and then also he was a recipient of several awards by the various governments, state and central. He produced, I think, around 15 tons of paddy by following SRA. And similarly, our Meka Jagannath Garu, who demonstrated several technologies, practically he had put forth these points of his total experience. Now, once again, on behalf of the organizers and on my own behalf, I profusely thank all the panelists for their excellent presentations. Give them a big applause, please. Now, we move on to the next agenda item. Padma Kumari?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
I proceed, sir. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, please.
Respected Dr. Praveen Garu, Vice Chancellor PJTSAU, Dr. Himanshu Pathak, Director Nizam, Dr. VK Singh, Director Krida, Dr. Padmini Singh, Director NRRA, our Director Dr. RM Sundaram, eminent panelists, farmers, representatives, fellow participants, ladies and gentlemen. Today, I have been given the task of summarizing the salient findings from all the discussions that have ensued in this forenoon. A very good afternoon to you all. First of all, our social worker and organic farmer, Dr. Muchandia, has highlighted on the importance of rice as a water guzzler. That is, he said that it is 5,000 liters of water, and he also said that there is a change in the dietary habits. So we have to take a relook on the rice-water relationship and the virtual water trade, and there should be a limit that has to be exercised. Following his talk, Dr. VK Singh has emphasized on the systems-based approach to water, increase the water use efficiency. He has given the various efficiency methods for different ecologies, like for irrigated ecology, farmer has to be awareness has to be created among farmers for optimum use. For rain-fed ecology, water harvesting techniques through solar-based micro-irrigation systems, check dams, and use of site-specific nutrient management, split application of potash, green manures, residue recycling, and brown manuring. He also said that water management will go hand in hand with efficient nutrient management. And for flood ecology, he has stressed on the use of right variety and the time of sowing. And followed by this, Dr. Padmini Swain, madam, has emphasized on the use of appropriate varieties which have water saving, which are useful for water saving, and use of drought tolerant varieties, AWD, aerobic SRA, and it should go in a systems based approach. Followed by Madam's presentation, Dr. R.M. Sundaram, Director ICAR-IIRR, has emphasized on the virtual water trade. That is, limits for, there should be a limit for virtual water trade. And water use efficiency of varieties and hybrids are very important. Agronomic package, and there should be a policy and crop planning, and there should be a policy for the export also. He emphasized on the genetic options to be explored for enhancing the water use efficiency. He also highlighted on the very many drought tolerant and water use efficiency varieties that have been released by ICAR-IIRR. Later, the traits that can be exploited for increasing the water use efficiency have been highlighted. And he also emphasized that fixing water credits is the vital to save the future generations from water problems. Later on, our guest speaker, lead speaker of this today's brainstorming session, has spoke on the topic sustainable agri-food systems, water challenges, and transformation technologies at length. He has concentrated mostly on the various, like the current scenario of the water and what are the water footprints that have to be taken into account, then water productivity versus irrigation. And he emphasized that 5,000 liters per hectare is generally used, but across the states, there is a variation in water use for production of a kg of rice, that is 1,786 kg per hectare to 5,263. And approximately, we have to quantify per ecosystem, and we have to define the situations where water is used to produce a kg of grain, and it may range from 2,500 to 3,000 liters. And he also emphasized that there should be a water footprint reduction, and given various points for addressing this particular issue. And he vehemently said that conservation agriculture, crop redistribution, crop diversification may play a major role in increasing the water use efficiency. And policy and technology pathways for crop diversification is a must. But though the technology is available, there should be optimum planning to introduce this technology, and it has to be tested in a very wide area and not less than 10,000 hectares in each district. Then only it can convince the farmers to go for adoption. And though there was a discussion on the use of sprinklers, there is a need for generating in-depth knowledge. And though it is very much used in Brazil, we need to generate lots of knowledge. Drip irrigation, it is a proven technology, and it is still in the stage of demonstration. So we have many technologies, but they have to be taken up to the farmer's feet. And there is a dire need to bridge the gap between the policy and the practice. And with the changing recommended dietary pattern and the consumption patterns of the people, we need to assess what is required, and there is a need for change in the policy, and he has given 6 points to address these issues. Followed by Sir's lecture, Dr. Himanshu Pathak, has Director NISM, has spoken on rice and water, the problem and solution. He has given the problems, and later the solutions is, he says that yes, rice is not a problem, but the water in the rice is the problem. So he says that management of resources and technology is very important to reduce the environmental footprint. So right use of terminology is important. We can say that the water that is used in rice is the main cause for this, and rice is not the cause. So appropriate terminology is important. And to reduce the water footprint, we have to have a holistic planning. And he suggested 5 M's for that. That is mapping of the eco-regional crop planning, that is mapping of the regions, then monsoon, mechanization, management of the varieties, water, all the resources, then training of the manpower, because to adopt the recent technologies, the persons or the farmers should be well aware of it. So they should be skilled, and capacity building is very much important. And water consumption is related to energy saving. So it is also linked to carbon footprints. Followed by his talk, we have a panel discussion. We have 8 panelists. Out of them, 6 are scientists. We have 2 progressive farmers. Dr. A.K. Naik has insisted that to whether we should really grow rice, because people say that we are in surplus. But to address the future demands, we have to maintain our productivity levels at more than 1%. And they say that basmati is good for rice export, though it has, like we'll be exporting our water. But he also said that as long as we are in the green water footprint zone, there is no harm for our resources. But otherwise, we have to take a look at our things. And we always should target our exports for the rice that is grown from the green water zones. And followed by his presentation, we have Dr. Ritesh Sharma, who has said that he also said that basmati production, yes, it is safe, and with low water, it is giving 8.5 to 9 tons. But he also had, he also said that when there is low water, we have to address the export potential varieties to the demands and the requirements of the importing countries. Like we have to take care of the pesticide residues and other maximum residue limits and all that, which are very much required by the importing country. And he favored for the growth of basmati rices, which require less water. And he did not prefer the growth of long duration rice varieties. Followed by his talk, Dr. Bullar, agronomist, has spoken on the direct seeder rice. He is an advocate of Tarvata system of rice cultivation, where laser leveling, lucky seed drill combined with herbicide application, which have increased the water savings up to 21%, 8.37 water saving with raised seed beds, and 36% water saving with subsurface irrigation. These have been very much done in multi-location and in farmers' field. But he said that mob psychology has to be exploited, and for a person to take up it, it has to be tested in the farmers' field. So he says that capacity building is important for better adoption of the technology, and mob psychology should be followed. And later on, Dr. Shilabhadra Mohanty has highlighted on the resources of water resources in India. And he says that there is a rapid depletion of the groundwater, but he says that export of rice is not an issue, but always we have to confine to the green water footprint. And there should be a policy on the export and import on and water use. Later on, Dr. Ella Edgaru, Dean Engru, has given a vast, very many points on the water use efficiency in India. He has shown that all these are already drafted in the national water policy. So he has told that people should be made to realize the value of water, and the training and capacity building is very much important. And he also said that ICT can be utilized for managing or increasing water use efficiency. And there is no necessity for standing water in the rice field. And he also said that he is not like a drip irrigation involves loss of cost. So it may not be very much practical to take a drip irrigation with lots of initial costs. So more studies may be required in this. Then our progressive farmer Nagaratnam Naidu with vast experience, he has said that paddy is not a water plant, but it requires water. So we can minimize the water use efficiency, and a robust root system is developed with less water. So the seed rate also can be reduced, and with robust root system, we can have good yields. So he says that SRI or modified SRI is much better where water is less used. This is one way of increasing water use efficiency. And another progressive farmer, Meka Jaganmohan Rao Garu, has also highlighted 12 to 15 points on the use of water, and he has also defined at which part of the crop stage we have to apply water and where we can reduce the water use. And he has also said that direct sowing, row to row with 22.5 centimeters and low seed rate can save water. Early varieties save water, and more water reduces the tiller. And finally, he concluded his talk with a proverb that every drop of water we must save for the future. So thank you one and all. And I thank the organizers and our director for giving me this opportunity. I think I must have missed some of the points, but everything I say that I can put it in our proceedings and it will be circulated. Thank you.
Padma, thank you very much. Very nicely compiled, and you have covered everything. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Padma. Now move on to the concluding remarks by Director ICAR-IIRR R.M. Sundaram.
I would like to mention that I would like to mention that the past 3.5–4 hours have been an exhilarating experience for all of us, and we deliberated on various facets of water and rice, and many important points were discussed and deliberated, and we got more clarity. First of all, like say the point which Dr. Praveen Rao Garu mentioned about not fixing a value, like say 3,000 liters or 5,000 liters ourselves, but to do an actual study and then find out what exact quantity of water is required for rice, rather than telling that rice consumes this much water. That is one important recommendation, I would say, which should come out of this meeting. Equally important is the contention of Dr. Himanshu Patak, wherein he mentioned that we should not compare apples with oranges. See, when we say our productivity is only 2.7 tons per hectare, we should clearly mention that it is with white rice or mill rice. Or we should tell that we proudly produce at least 4 tons per hectare across the country in terms of paddy. So at international level, this should be at, even in policy makers, this fact should be highlighted. And this is a very important point, Dr. Himanshu. And I also, like say, we should take into consideration the points given by Dr. Mrityunjaya, then Dr. V.K. Singh, Dr. Padmini Swain, then the other points discussed by Dr. Praveen Rao, Himanshu Patak, and the panelists, Dr. Naik, Dr. Sharma, Dr. Bullar, Dr. Mohanty, Dr. Reddy, Mr. Vijay Kumar, Nagaratnam Naidu Garu, Meka Jagan Mohan Rao Garu. And I hope at the end of today's session, we'll be having an exhaustive list of points, action points, particularly related to what should be the recommendation to the way to move forward in terms of conserving water for rice cultivation, or in how to save water for in the process of rice cultivation, and also a set of policy recommendations in terms of what could be the way for us to move forward. I would particularly like to appreciate one point brought forward by Dr. Mallesh. Whatever may be the technological options available, unless it is delivered in the right way at the right time, in the right form to the farmers, will not be successful. And I believe our extension specialists also have an equal role in terms of bringing forward and taking forward these technological options and delivering it to the farmers at the right time and right place in the right form. So I thank one and all for attending this session, and it has been a very rewarding experience for all of us. I also thank Dr. Subbara, who has been a meeting curator for this particular session. Dr. Mahendra Kumar has been a backbone for this particular meeting, and also Dr. Nirmala and Dr. Padma Kumari for nicely introducing the participants and also summarizing the proceedings. Before Dr. Chandramohan offers a vote of thanks, we have one proud privilege, or it's our duty to felicitate our progressive farmer, Dr. Meka Jagan Mohan Rao, and I would like to do that duty. And thank you very much, Gudivara Nagaratnam Naidu Garu also. We will certainly come to your place and then felicitate you and also see your facilities. Sir, come sir, LV sir.
చంద్రమోహన్ గారు రండి. చాలా ధన్యవాదాలు. We are also awarding a certificate of appreciation for Maker Jaganmohan Rao for actively contributing for this particular function, and we'll also deliver the appreciation certificates to all the panelists and other speakers also. Thank you very much, one and all. Thank you, sir.
We'll go to Naidu's.
Yes,
Naidu's
we'll
farm
do-
and then do
and
this
then
honor.
Come, sir. Chandrammohan Rao, kindly.
ఎప్పుడు వస్తారు సార్?
వస్తాను, ఇన్ఫార్మ్ చేస్తా.
ఎట్లా డైరెక్టర్ సార్ కూడా ఉన్నారు?
డైరెక్టర్ అందరం వస్తాం, 4-5
వస్తాం సార్. అక్కడ
ఇప్పుడు రెడీగా ఉంది ప్యాడీ ప్లాంటేషన్ చేసేసాను ఉంది.
25 మెంబర్స్ వస్తాం. ఓకే,
25 కాదు, మీరు 50 మెంబర్స్ వస్తే కూడా చాలా సంతోషం సార్.
థ్యాంక్ యూ.
మోస్ట్ వెల్కమ్. తప్పనిసరిగా రావాలి.
డెఫినెట్లీ.
మా రిక్వెస్ట్. ధన్యవాదాలు సార్. థ్యాంక్ యూ వెరీ మచ్.
Thank you. Thank you.
Before I call Dr. Y. Chandramohan, he is the Vice President of Society for Advancement of Rice Research. Sir, we could able to do it because of your encouragement. I would like to thank all of you to give a big hand to our dynamic director, Dr. R.M. Sundaram, for excellent, because of his encouragement. And also I would like to thank especially Muttunjal Garu for I think making this event, today's event. Thank you very much, sir, Muttunjal Garu. Now I request our Vice President, sir, Y. Chandramohan Garu, to give formal vote of thanks. We are really half an hour behind our schedule. Sorry for the delay.
A very good afternoon to all of you. I take this opportunity to propose formal vote of thanks for this today's brainstorming session on very important topic, that is rice and water, organized by IIRR and also the Society for Advancement of Rice Research. I immensely thank our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Jaishankar, Telangana State Agriculture University, Dr. Praveen Rao sir, who was with us today and delivered very nice lecture stating the importance of rice and improving the water productivity with a special reference to rice production. And though sir was very busy with his schedule, he spared his valuable time with us today and for the benefit of rice scientists and also the policy makers. Thank you very much, sir. And I also thank Dr. Himanshu Patak, Director, National Institute of Abiotic Trust Management, for delivering a lecture and also participating in the discussions on the important topic of rice and water. And I also immensely thank the guests of honors, Dr. V.K. Singh, Director Krida, Dr. Padmini Swain from NRRI Cuttack, for offering their valuable remarks on important topic for saving the water with respect to reference to rice production. And I also immensely thank our Director IIRR, Dr. R.M. Sundaram. He was also the President of Society for Advancement of Rice Research, who is actually key person behind us to materialize today's brainstorming session. He has mobilized all the resources for successful conduct of this brainstorming session, and I hope it will come with a beautiful proceedings, which will be certainly helpful for all of us, even for the policy makers. Thank you very much, sir. And I immensely thank Sri Muttunjal Garu, who is actually key person behind this, having the brainstorming session on rice and water. He made some introductory remarks and he highlighted the importance of the issue. And accordingly, our director has planned to have this brainstorming session on rice and water. And my thanks are also due to the expert panelists, Dr. A.K. Nayak and Dr. Ritesh Sharma, Dr. Bullar, Dr. Mohanty, Dr. L.R. Reddy and Sri Vijay Kumar, and also the farmer representatives. We are very fortunate. One of the farmer representative has come physically all the way from Andhra Pradesh to attend this brainstorming session, Maker Jaganmohan Rao Garu, and also a nice listen from another farmer representative from Telangana, Sri Nagaratnam Naidu Garu. So we are very much thankful to all the expert panelists for their wonderful interaction and also offering their valuable remarks on the topic of today's discussion. And I also thank all the participants. At one point of time, we could see around 160 participants, 175 participants who have attended virtually. And I thank each one of you for your active participation and also your discussion. And I also thank the office bearers of SCRR, Society for Advancement of Rice Research, and all the staff of IIRR, and the rapporteurs of the today's brainstorming session, Dr. Padma Kumari Madam, Dr. Nirmala, and Dr. Mangaddeep Tuti, who are also actively involved, and I will surely assure that we'll come up with wonderful proceedings. And I also thank our beloved LV Subbarao sir, head of the crop improvement section, who played a wonderful role in moderating the discussions, and also RM Kumar sir, Mahendra Kumar sir, who is actually involved played a crucial role in mobilizing all the resource persons at one point of time. And we made a very wonderful conclusion for this particular brainstorming session. And finally, I thank all of you who played directly or indirectly for the success of this brainstorming session on rice and water. Thank you all.
I think let us conclude today's brainstorming session. We thank once again every one of you for your active participation. Friends who are right now available in our institute, office bearers of SAR, heads of the sections of IIRR are cordially invited for lunch. Sorry for the late. Kindly join for lunch in the VIP dining hall of our canteen. This invitation is for all the heads of the sections, office bearers of SAR, and those present in this committee room. Our colleagues from ARI, PJTSAU. Thank you, sir.
Meeting is closed.
Meeting, Gayatri, close the meeting.
Okay, sir.